Morning.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology's board meeting. The time is 9 a.m. The date is July 8th, 2024. The mission of the Nevada State, oh, I'm so sorry. Let's do roll call first. What do we say? Yeah, should we do that? Can I do roll call from our board members in the Southern office, please?
Board member Gentry, present.
Board member Marina present. Board member Douglas here.
Board member O'Brien. Can we do a roll call from our board members in our Northern office, please?
Board member Jeffers present.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. We're just doing roll call. You didn't miss anything. You want to just let everybody know you're here?
Yes, board member Harris present.
Wonderful. Can we do roll call for our board staff in our Southern office, please?
Sure, Madam President. Steve McDonald, Executive Director.
Janie Huggins, Chief Compliance Officer. Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. Rosalie Bordelove, Deputy. Rosalie Bordelove, Deputy Attorney General.
Thank
Board
you.
Counsel.
Can we do roll call for our board staff in our Northern office, please?
Ryan Porter, Inspector.
Lead Service Specialist.
Madam President, I must also add that Member Wold will be appearing via Zoom. And
Oh,
when she comes
wonderful.
on, you have to ask her for the record.
Okay, we'll get her loaded in when she gets here. Okay, very good. All right, moving on. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. At this time, we are going to take comments from the general public. The board will entertain comments from the general public for any item that is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Members of the public can call into the meeting to make public comments by dialing 1-720-707-2699 and entering 886-7445-7204 for the meeting ID. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less, and no discussion or action can be taken during public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time? All right. Moving on to agenda item D, the approval of minutes from previous meetings. So we're going to, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from June 17th, 2024 board meeting, please?
Board member Harris, I would like to approve the minutes from
At the June 17th, 2024 board meeting.
June 17, 2024 board meeting. Thank you. Yes, board member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Let's move forward to our petitions. Board members, we are going to go slightly out of order just because we do have some present. So we're going to start with number 22. If we can turn to petitioner number 22. It is going to be petitioner Francis DeClunder, C19145 for discussion of possible action. Are you ready? Could you please sit up here and then we'll have you raise your right hand and get you sworn in, okay? Thank you for coming today. All right, just raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Good morning, Mr. Splendor. Hi. Good morning. Could you move the microphone closer to you? Sir. Right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, if you would like to tell us why you're here today.
Well, you gave me the violation for the Barbicide. It was not full. I work only 2 days a month, and I fill up my Barbicide when I come to work, and I guess it evaporate when I'm not here. And I've been doing this 62 years. I never have a violation in my life. I work in Africa, in Europe, in this country, and it's never happened. So I have no idea why I got this.
Okay, thank you so much.
So,
At this time, we'll hear from board staff. They'll make their presentation and then we'll chat more with you, okay?
okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Yes.
Sir, you can stay there.
Yeah, you're gonna stay there. We're just gonna hear from the board staff now and then we'll come back to you, okay?
All right, go ahead.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist for Francis DeClunder. He is petitioning V 3148748. It was failing to apply infection prevention is what the citation is for, specifically for the barbicide. That's all that we have.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then this is
yes.
Janie Higgins for the record, based on what he has provided in his petition and his explanation that he wasn't present, it was
Yeah.
evaporated, needed to be changed. We can recommend and agree to waive the fees.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Board members, do we have any questions for Francis at this time? Are we ready to make a motion? All right, can I please have a motion on this petition, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to waive the fee for C-19145. Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, Francis, we are going to waive your fine for that.
Thank you so
and
much. I
Yes,
appreciate
thank
it.
you for coming today and explaining the situation. We
Thank you.
appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, going forward, we are going to go out of order a little bit again. Do we see that? Okay, yes, we're gonna go to 6 and 7, please. All right, petitioner, 1 second, let us get there. All right, petition number 6, Pamela Perkey on behalf of Studio 108 at last, S18594-U1010205774 for discussion and possible action. Ms. Perkey, are you here?
This is Janie Higgins for the
Yes.
record. For items 6 and 7,
Mhm.
there's almost identical circumstances where they are currently licensed establishments. They were advised when they were initially licensed that they could have a sink in a location
Mhm.
that would require a variance.
Mhm.
That variance was never issued or granted, but board staff recommends approving the variance for a dispensary sink so that they can do a new application to be relicensed to add-on services.
Understood. Board members, do we have any questions about this? No? Okay, can I please have a motion? Excuse me.
Are we doing a motion for 6 and 7?
Yes,
Yep.
together.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to approve for the variance of petition S-18594/U-1010205774. Also S-187-036
Can I-
slash, so U-10102038.
Remember here.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, are we going to 12? Are we coming back?
No, it's going to be 12. 12.
Call for 12 through 14. I see the petitioner's names, but I don't see the name of the council, but he may just be with them. So if you want to
Okay.
call and trail, if he
Okay,
does not.
let's do that. All right, board members, if we can turn to petition 12, please. We're gonna call for petition 12 through 14. Petitioner Revenge MD, U-1010203337. Petitioner Betty Fisher, AE -554. And petition Darla Walter, A10513338. Are you present?
Yes.
Yes,
Hi, do you have counsel with you?
He should be on, Chuck.
Counselor, are you present?
Yes, Madam President, there is, his name is Charles Benyon,
Okay.
Esquire. He is representing all 3 parties, the establishment, Revenge MD, plus the 2 petitioners,
Mhm.
individual petitioners. And we have had discussions with him, and he was going to make that make an appearance.
Okay, if he's not present now, we can trail.
Yeah.
Come back. Okay. All right, let's trail 12 through 14. Ladies, we'll come back to you once your representative is present, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep, of course. We have, should we,
Of course, if you want.
okay, do you know,
I'm not sure which.
could we have your name? Athena? Okay, Athena. 16, thank you, thank you. Athena, would you like to come up? We'll call you. Okay, let's have petitioner 16, Athena Lopez, ST 101020315 for discussion and possible action. Ms. Lopez, if you'll please raise your right hand, we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Good morning, Athena.
Good morning.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, if you would like to tell us why you're here today.
Yes, so I am here because I was charged a third violation, which is completely wrong, and I am here to appeal it.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit more?
Yes,
Thank you.
so I was charged one violation, which I do plead guilty to, and a second one for working in a salon without a license, which I also plead guilty to. The third one, after getting fined from the second one, I immediately enrolled myself into nail school. And I was fined again now for doing nails without a license, but I was doing nails in school. And I get it, you know, like in my biography, I was putting not accepting new clients, but I'm telling my clients to come to the school for my own benefit at the school to get my sheet signed off and, you know, still maintain my clients. Once I graduated from school, I have not seen my clients again, haven't been doing any nails since, and I've referred my nail, my clients to the salon and to other people that could take care of them for the meantime. So that's it.
Thank you. We're gonna hear from board staff at this time and then we'll come back to you, okay?
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist for Athena Lopez, ST 101020315. Petitioner is disputing practicing without a license, a third offense, and operating a salon without a license of a second offense. This is a copy of her petition that she has submitted. The citation that she was issued on June 24th. And this is a breakdown of her violations in the order that they were issued to her. So on January 3rd of 2023, Athena Lopez was cited for operating a salon without a license, first offense, $1,000, and practicing without a license, first offense, $1,000. On November 11th, 2023, Athena Lopez was cited for practicing without a license, a second offense. She was found performing in a licensed facility doing nails. On January 24th, 2024, Athena was cited a third offense for practicing without a license, doing nail services, and operating a salon without a license. This was her second offense. She did enroll in school in January of 2024, and the total citations that she owes as of May 30th is $6,500. So this is the initial account that was found during our initial investigation back in 2022 when the first cease and desist went out. These are some highlights from the Instagram showing pricing as well as what to send in. So that way she can adjust your pricing depending on your inspiration of your nails. Your deposit, soak-offs, and delays in your booking. Additional information on getting an appointment. And then the featured nails that were completed by her. This is the account information that was found in January of 2023 when the second cease and desist went out, and the citation that was sent out on January 3rd of 2023. So this was the availability in the beginning of January. additional posts that were found. And then this is the way the account was found when she was found working inside of the licensed nail spa. So still showing that she's licensed, doing nails, has her booking website, the booking website. This is the booking website of the nail spa. And then this was her found in the facility from the on-site inspection. This was her performing the service inside of the facility. And this is the account as it was found of January of 2024, when the third cease and desist and the citation went out. And then in February 6th of 2024, the account went private. And in April 11th, the account was still active with new posts. And that's the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do we have any questions?
Yes, this is Board Member Harris. When did you graduate nail school?
So I graduated May 14, 2024.
Oh.
And I passed all my tests with the board testing. I am just to pay off the fines and get my license.
Oh, okay, great, good, good. Thank you. This is Board Member Douglas. I wanted to know what made you feel that you didn't have to have license to do nails inside the facility that you were working at?
That was a wrong decision. I like for some reason I thought I could get away with it, and that was wrong. And it's just, it's a part of maturing, realizing that you just need to do the right decisions in life. And I just decided it's time to just go the right way this time.
Okay, and also I have a question for staff. Was the salon or the facility fine also for her working without license?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, they were also issued a citation.
Thank you.
Any
This is
other
board
comments?
member, I have a question.
This is
Remember, Jennifer.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so the third citation was issued January 24th, or it's sometime in January. And she pled guilty to the first two, but we're disputing the third.
Yes.
Okay, but the third one, there's photos of it happening, correct?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. The advertisements from her social media indicate that she was still practicing without a license and operating the salon, the standard violations that we issue to unlicensed individuals. I believe the petitioner is stating that because her social media was active because she was a current student, but none of the posts that we were able to find indicated that. It doesn't have any of the information that we require the schools to put, like book with the school, the student number.
Okay.
It just was a private account with posts added.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
May I have a saying? So those pictures were also taken at school, and since I didn't want people in my business to know like I'm in school and such, I just kind of remained incognito. I did put my page private. I was posting certain work that I was doing at school, like the pictures shown that I really liked. Like the backgrounds are different because those are from the school. So all the nails that were posted after that were just strictly done at school and nothing was done at home whatsoever until this day.
Board Member Moreno. So you're saying that you don't want your clients to know that you're in school, so your clients weren't aware that you were like unlicensed?
No,
Nail
so
tech?
certain of my clients, I told them the truth because they were loyal clients of mine. And I told them, you can come to the school, get a discount while I'm in school, and I can still do your nails while I'm in school. Now that I am outside of school, I am not taking any of them. And now everybody does know that I am unlicensed and that I am in the process of getting my license.
This is Board Member Douglas. So you haven't took your test yet?
Yes, I did. I took all my testing.
Okay.
I am just remaining to pay the fines off to get my license.
So right now, her fine total is 6,500. She is not disputing the first offense for operating a salon without a license, practicing without a license, or the second offense for practicing without a license as well. She's disputing the third offense for practicing without a license, which totals 2,000, and operating a salon without a license for 1,500. So a total of 3,500 is what is petitioned right now, if that's helpful. And she's licensed, or she has taken her tests and passed everything for licensing. But before she can be issued the license, the fee has to be paid. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And this, yeah, we need to settle this. Okay. We kind of have, I'm sorry.
I said I would recommend taking $500 off.
500. Okay. How do you feel?
Yeah.
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 Reducing. Which one do we want to reduce?
Yeah, yes, the one she's disputing.
The third offense? Okay. Board Member Jeffers, we were kind of talking softly, sorry. Board Member Douglas mentioned possibly a fee reduction. Are you on board with that as well? Or do you have any comments or concerns with that?
No, I agree with that. That sounds acceptable.
Okay.
This is Board Member Douglas. Have you started paying your first and second?
Yes, so currently I am working part-time to be able to pay off my fines. I have already made a payment, and right now, like the money that I do make working at a coffee shop is only enough to really pay like my rent, my car insurance, and any extra money I am willing to put that towards. And I am willing to make a $300 payment today to go also towards those fines.
How are you feeling?
Well, you need the license to make money, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And right now, working in a coffee shop, it's part-time. It's only enough to just pay my bills. Like I don't have anything else to even like do anything or even try to pay these fines. And I do plead guilty to the first two offenses, but the third one is just like I've learned my lesson after the second one. I enrolled myself a month right after that to the first starting day at school, and I just decided to do the right thing.
Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam President, no problem. Madam President, Steve McDonald for the record. Staff has no issue with the reduction of fines. So just to let you know that staff has no objection to that
Okay.
as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. 500? Yeah. Yeah.
What do you do?
Yes, go ahead.
Just confused about the overlap of January. It just seems so close.
Yeah.
She wants us to.
The only thing we have to remember here is we do have already precedent set with the social media stuff, and they are supposed to have a certain verbiage on there, and it wasn't put on there. And while we can understand, wanting to protect kind of your clientele that you already had and maybe not come clean to them, it still gives the deception to the public.
Yes.
But yeah, you are right. There is some overlap there where, you know, the story is absolutely believable. And, you know, I kind of see where there can be that confusion with that for sure.
And the schools always tell their students to list that they're at the school. and
Yes.
They're a student member, so that could communicate to a private school.
Right.
Did they communicate that to you?
No.
Or did that to you?
No, they did not. I did find that out actually from calling the board about that third fine, and then they're the one that told me that. And the school did not tell me that I should set up my account a certain way or anything like that.
Thank
So
you.
from me, I just thought that being in school and kind of just like posting work from school and kind of just going private, that, you know, it wouldn't be a problem, but the school did not tell me. I found out by calling the state board.
Board Member O'Brien, thank you for clearing that up. What school did you go to?
Academy of Hair Design.
Thank you. Any other comments on that? I'm happy with reduction. I just don't know that 500 is gonna do anything. in this
Yeah.
situation. It doesn't feel like maybe enough. of a reduction. No, I love your idea. Just wanna roll with your idea, but yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
Age is play.
Yeah,
Because it's almost half the third.
waive the second
it is
offense then.
half of the third.
Yeah. That would basically negate the second offense for the
It's just the
operating.
overlap that-
And she said
Is
she
it
wanted to
possible to
list-
waive the fee but keep the citation on?
Steve McDonald for the record, yes, it is.
Okay,
So board's discretion.
okay. Want to do that?
Okay, yeah, I think. I
Yeah.
know the-
Okay, all right. So can I get a motion for that, please?
Board Member Harris, I would like to reduce the fine of $1,500 for Athena Lopez, ST 10102, excuse me, 0315.
This board member Douglas.
We gotta tidy that up. I don't know. what it is.
Rosalie Bordello for the record. Can you just add to the motion that you're upholding the citations but
yes,
reducing
I'm
the
sorry,
fine?
yes. Okay, once again, Board Member Harris, I would like to make a motion to uphold the citation at a reduction for Athena Lopez, ST 101020315.
This is board member Douglas. I second that motion.
We don't know the reduction is.
How much?
1,500, I'm sorry. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Do it again.
I think it's clear enough in the record what you've added in,
Are you reducing it, Steve McDonald for the record, reducing it down to 1,500 or?
No.
reducing it
By,
By
by 1,500
Gotcha.
down to a total of $4,000, $5,000, sorry.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, that's it.
Can I have a second?
Oh, I-
Oh, you
This is board
seconded
member
already.
Douglas. I second that motion.
It's early in the morning.
Yeah.
All right, Can we get a motion? Or can I, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's hot.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Ms. Lopez, basically what we did was we took 1,500 off of your total that you are owed. So we hope that does help you. And just personally from me, Board Member O'Brien here, I liked how you came up here and you took accountability and the things that you said really resonated with us. And I'm very, very, very happy that you got licensed because I think your work is awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Board Member Harris. agree.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right,
yes, Madam President, we actually have Attorney Binion on the
Yes.
line. We see him on Zoom right now. If we can take care of items 12 through
Yeah.
14. Since he's representing all three on those petition agenda items.
remind me when we trail, do I have to recall everyone again? Or just say we're going back up?
Say we're going back to number 12.
Okay, all right, we're going back up to petitioner number 12, Revenge MD. And then petitioner Fisher and Walter, are you present still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And I do see your counsel is on as well. Is he muted or no?
I'm not muted anymore. I'm,
Oh,
I think I can.
Awesome. So we just need to get you guys sworn in. So if you can, oh no, is there attorney? Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, they're good. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, just go directly to their position.
Director Attorney.
All right, will you please let us know why you're here today?
Yes, so
Thank you.
I was retained about 2 weeks ago. Prior counsel had given them what I would consider to be inaccurate information from the beginning. Basically, his position was very strong, and they relied on that legal counsel. Once they retained me, I let them know that I disagree clearly with prior counsel. I believe they need to get the Cosmo license. I will let you know that they immediately responded. There was not a need to do a lot of arm twisting at all on my part to let them know that they needed to get the Cosmo license. And they immediately began the steps to get that license. So we would request, in other words, once they got the right information, they jumped on board. Their prior counsel had said the medical license was sufficient to cover everything that they were doing, even if they were doing some Cosmo work. I let them know that that's just not right. And eventually, the medical board sort of said they punted the issue when the prior lawyer requested information from them. They sort of just punted it and said, well, that sounds like a Cosmo issue, which is consistent with my position. Unfortunately, that wasn't made clear to the client until I was able to come on and we were able to get some of those communications from prior counsel. So but at this point, they are in cooperation. They are willing and happy to do so, having gotten proper legal counsel on the matter. And so we would just, I think the only thing holding us back from getting the actual license is just the amount of fees, but just payment of the fees. So we're requesting a reduction in those fees based upon the history of the prior counsel giving them bad advice.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining your petition to us. And thank you also for helping your clients reach the correct information there. At this time, we're going to hear from board staff with their presentation, and then we'll come back to you after that, okay?
Fantastic.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. This is our presentation for Revenge MD. Per their petition, they are disputing V3152079, which is operating a salon without a license, second offense. This is a copy of their petition and the citation that was issued to them on August 15th of 2024. This is a breakdown of our interactions with Revenge MD as a business beginning back in December of 2023, when we first went in to inspect Inspector Polar, and who they spoke to. So they spoke to someone at the front desk, and they confirmed that there is a licensed esthetician, D. Walker. Inspector Polar explained that they're out of compliance, and the receptionist immediately called their attorney, and Inspector Polar explained to him that about the application process and what needs to be completed. So she left her business card. On January 17th of 2024, our inspector returned to the establishment for a follow-up inspection. A different inspector spoke with the manager, Rosanna Buckley, who would not provide the name of the licensees, but said that they worked there as medical assistants. On January 18th of 2024, Chief Compliance Officer Janie Huggins reached out to Rosanna Buckley to give additional information on the application process and to assist with any questions. On January 30th, 2024, an email was received as a response to the notice of the violation from Curtis Cannon, legal assistant to Brett Whipple. On February 14th, 2024, a cease and desist was issued to the business Revenge MD for operating an establishment without a license. In the citations below, this is in the way that they were issued. On March 4th, 2024, Revenge MD was cited on a first offense of operating a salon without a license. On April 15th, 2024, they were cited a second offense for operating a salon without a license. And on May 15th, 2024, they were issued a third offense for operating a salon without a license. So as of May 30th, the total citations owed is 4,500. They have submitted a salon application. We've done an inspection. They are cleared to open. However, as they stated, we are unable to open the establishment with outstanding debt on the address. So the 4,500 have to be paid before they're eligible to open up their establishment. These are pictures from the on-site inspection as well as social media that we found during the investigation from December of 2023 to recently. So this just has that they're operating at med spa, that they're offering facial services, they're offering services that fall under advanced aesthetics, and that these licensees do in fact work there. In the matter, would you like me to keep going? In the matter of
Yes,
Betty
please.
Fisher, she is the advanced esthetician that has been working there. She is disputing V315-2076 and V315-2775. So practicing in a location that's not licensed by the board, a third and a fourth offense. So she did update in one of her applications that this is her work location. This is her petition. She received a couple of petitions from her. In regards to medical assistants, being a medical assistant doesn't exempt you from having to hold the advanced esthetician license. You have to be exempt as far as a physician assistant, or an advanced esthetician. A medical assistant does not grant you the ability to do these services, as the medical assistant is required to be licensed to perform this specific task, which is advanced aesthetics. And this is pointing out the individuals who are exempt from this chapter, which is advanced aesthetics, which would be a physician assistant, an APRN. On January 23rd, 2024, Betty Fisher was cited for practicing in a location not licensed by the board, a first offense of $500. On February 14th, 2024, she was cited a second offense for practicing in a location not licensed by the board. On April 15th, she was cited for a third offense of practicing in a location not licensed by the board. And on May 15th, she was cited a fourth offense for practicing in a location not licensed by the board. So the total citations owed as of May 30th is 5,500 for practicing in a location that's not licensed. This is the social media that we found for Betty Lynn. This is her personal account pointing that she's a medical assistant at Revenge MD, although she is an advanced esthetician. So in these posts, it does have her tagged as doing this specific service. And then we also want to point out that they are doing traditional aesthetics, which is waxing, at this location. So right here, it tags her doing these services on the business account of Revenge MD. For Darla Walter, she is a licensed esthetician under A1051338. She is disputing V315-2078, V315-2077, and V315-2776. Practicing in a location not licensed by the board, a third and fourth offense, and practicing without a license, a first offense for doing advanced aesthetics. This is Darla Walters' petition. This is the same information about delegation of tasks for medical assistants, that they are not able to perform these services because these services do require a license to perform the task. So on January 24th, 2024, Darla Walter was cited for practicing in a location not licensed by the board, first offense. On February 14th, 2024, she was cited a second offense for practicing in a location not licensed by the board. On April 15th, 2024, she was cited for practicing in a location not licensed by the board of a third offense, and practicing without a license, a first offense of $1,000 on April 15th. On May 15th, she was cited for practicing a location not licensed by the board, a fourth offense of $2,000. So as of May 30th, she owes a total of $6,500. This is the social media that we found for Darla Walter, showing that she's a medical assistant at Revenge MD. This is Darla Walter performing an advanced aesthetic service on Revenge MD's social media account, and it does tag her as doing the service. Another angle of her doing an advanced aesthetic service on Revenge MD's website or Instagram. And these are all services that are advanced aesthetic services, IPL, CO2 laser. Well, excuse me, that's not advanced aesthetic service. Microneedling, medical grade skincare. This is other advertisement of her showing that she does facials there. Performing another service. This is an advanced aesthetic service, ultra therapy, that was performed on October 18th of 2023. And then this is just tagging her to that specific service, her doing it. And this is their location that they moved to during this process. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. Board Member O'Brien here. That was a lot. So if we want to break this into easier to manage bites, we absolutely can. There is some overlap, obviously, but I feel like that was a lot to digest.
Yes.
If we can we do it by Ms. Fisher and then go to Ms. Walter? Can we do that way?
Sure, Rosalie Bordelot for the record. If I'm correct, by what council requested in his initial presentation, is they're not at this point disputing the violations themselves, just requesting reduced fines. And it looks like you've got fines against the establishment and then Betty Fisher and Darla Walter. You can take them together, separate, however you want. Sure. Thank you.
Separate together.
And Madam President,
Yes.
Steve McDonald for the record. I think probably make it easy, probably just do one by one.
Yeah,
Just
I
do
think
the
so, because we need to
establishment.
hear from each person. I have individual questions too.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
And of course, I guess in our conversation with their counsel, I must say it was a pleasure talking to him, Mr. Binion, and his advice. And I'm glad that we all came to the right conclusion, as you said.
Yeah.
And basically what he's asking for is just reduction in fines. So I will also add that he is correct. They applied as soon as he spoke to his client, the establishment. They did put an application in immediately. So the only thing that's happening now, we're waiting on, because we did do an inspection already, is what the fine will be, and they will pay it, and then we can issue the license. So that's where we're at with the establishment.
Got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member O'Brien, follow-up question for Revenge MD. Are Ms. Fisher and Ms. Walter the owners of that?
This is Jane Higgins for the record. They are not the owners. They are just employees.
Got it. Okay.
If I might add one,
Yes.
I will note that prior counsel, my clients weren't even aware that the establishment itself had received fines. That information had gone to prior counsel. He had not relayed that to them. That was concerning. I would also note that prior counsel is still passionate about his position, which is deeply disturbing for me as an attorney, because your clients rely upon you as legal counsel. That's why they retain you, is to get accurate and reliable information. And when you have a legal counsel that gets so passionate, and I'm not sure why he is so adamant about this position, but he is very strong about the position. And when I stepped in, I just made it clear he's just plain wrong. I don't care how energized he is about his position, he's wrong. And it's tough sometimes as a client when your lawyer is saying, no, this is the law. And you're relying on that legal counsel. And as noted by Mr. McDonald, once I stepped in and said, guys, this is just that he's wrong. I need you to know he's wrong. And this is the actual law. They saw it. They're like, okay, we're ready. We're on board. What do we need to do? And I said, here's what we need to do. They took immediate action. So for me, it's just frustrating to watch legal counsel come in so strong and take a client a direction that I think was just, in my opinion, irresponsible from legal counsel to do it that way. It's very clear. There's analogies in the law where if you have a lawyer who's maybe practicing in real estate law, but he also decides to get a real estate license, he's going to need to go get that. He's got to be under the real estate board as well. And he's going to have to work with both of them. And that's similar to what we've got here. That's not a complex thing in the law. And I'm not certain why legal counsel was so adamant for so long, with I think evidence otherwise from the medical board eventually that, again, he wasn't sharing with the client accurately. And so it just ended up with a drawn out situation that I think this client, if they had come to me, a year and a half ago, it sounds like a year ago or something that this all started, they would have gotten proper legal counsel. They've already shown me that they're ready to respond according to that legal counsel, and they did. So unfortunately, we are where we are, and it's deeply unfortunate.
Absolutely. Board Member O'Brien here, Mr. Binion. Could you clarify when you came onto their case, date, or even by which offense? Were all of the offenses already issued to them and then you came on, or at what point during this did you step in?
I stepped in. I'm looking at some notes. I believe I stepped in on all of them had been issued, by the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think it was around the end of June that I stepped in. It's been just a couple weeks.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Counsel, right? We would only have knowledge of what he. Never mind. Any questions from board members?
Yes, this is Board Member Harris. So I do understand you had to seek counsel and you were confused about what was going on. But the thing is, this is the fourth offense. And we all here as professionals have to know the law. Once you get your license, I can't go and get a counsel. I'm responsible for my own license. Everybody knows you have to work in a registered, certified, licensed establishment. You need a license to work in Nevada. Without counsel, I know that. So I'm not understanding 4 offenses. I'm not understanding. Maybe somebody can help me. I don't know.
Board Member O'Brien, so both the petitioners are licensed. The establishment was not licensed for the services that they were performing in. The citations were issued to the salon, of which the salon then sent to Mr. Whipple, their original attorney. The citations were not passed on to then the licensees. They had no knowledge of them at that point, or where are we at with that? I guess I'm confused with that part too.
This is Janie for the record. There was some confusion amongst the establishment owner and the 2 licensees on whether or not, or what citations they had received. Only some of them were petitioned in the time that the statute allows them to. And they have also come into the office expressing concern and confusion that they were not clearly explained what was going on, what violations were issued, what the total dollar amount was. it was clear to the office staff that they were given bad counsel, that they were following his advice and not necessarily going on their own accord.
Okay, got it. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I was saying, does the board staff have any recommendations to help guide us in this? Like, Ms. Harris is right, as licensees, we are expected to, know certain things and things like that, but at what point does that come in, if it's like, countering with what council is doing? And do you have any recommendations or stance on this?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Board staff has no issues with upholding the violations and reducing the fee. We do believe that they were following the directive of their council.
Okay, thank you.
This is
Oh, yeah.
board member.
Madam President, speaking off the record,
Yes.
yes, we would recommend that, as in the past, as what you've done in precedent here, is that you upheld the citation, but you reduced the fines. And that, I believe, is what council is asking.
Yeah.
I mean, the citations happened. They happened before current council got there to advise them. But as soon as he did advise them, they did come forward and showed good faith.
Mhm.
That's why, for the record, we would recommend going ahead and reducing the fines, because they did immediately, once they got good counsel, good advice, that they did come forward immediately that very day. So I know you're asking for recommendations for staff, as in the past,
That was helpful.
it's up to the board's discretion, but typically it's been 50% reduction
Okay.
or more. It's up to the board though to decide that. And I believe council representative will pay it so that way they can get licensed.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, one more second. I promise I will get to you. And then,
Now the individuals have to deal with that.
okay, got you. Yes, and then, so, just going back to petition 12, so they are petitioning the second offense. And so that second offense is going to be, wait, I'm so sorry. They're just petitioning the second offense, not the third offense?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. An individual who's issued a citation only has 30 days to contest it by submitting the petition form. Their previous counsel was well aware of that time frame, but did not petition within the time frame. They did successfully petition the $1,500 second offense, but they have a total of $4,000 that would be owed.
So their total is 4,000. Okay, so then if we were to reset by 50%, it would be 2,000. Okay, some food for thought. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Go
no, you're
ahead.
fine. This is board member Douglas. I'd like to know,
I'm so sorry. It's like the passwords this morning.
oh, I know, I wanted to know, when they get their citations, do they get a separate citation from the establishment?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Specific to the petitioner, the owner establishment, we did not have an email address for them, so they were sent via paper mail to the business address and sent via email to the council of record when they were issued. So whether or not they received them in the paper mail, we can't say for certain, but they were also emailed to the council of record.
Okay, so do they have current emails so they can, okay, thank you.
This is board member Harris again. Okay, so you say they did get the citations. It didn't go to the owner, but it went to the establishment. Okay, you were working, you kept working, 4 offenses, kept working, you were making money. So therefore, I feel you're making money. I don't understand why you can't pay your fines. Like four times. If I got 1 fine, I'm there. What's going on with me and my license? So once again, 4 offenses, yeah, because you have counsel, you can't evade the law. I yield back to you, President. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Harris. Mr. Benyon, would your clients like to respond, or could they respond and maybe just share some clarity on that, just so that we can hear from them or from you?
I would like to just clarify some of that. I note that they were not working, they were working for a med spa, and the majority of the work that they were doing was med spa type of work. There were also, as you guys have noted, they're also doing some cosmetology work. And they were, it wasn't like they were working for I mean, it was a medical spa. So it was under a medical license. And so, based upon that, it was sort of a unique situation as opposed to, just working for just some other organization. And so based upon that circumstance, the lawyer, the establishment went to their legal counsel. Legal counsel gave very clear direction. And as a result, the employer of these, of Betty and Darla, instructed them, hey, you're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Legal counsel said he's taking care of it. He's going to work this through with the board and everything's going to be fine. And so they moved forward based upon that understanding. And again, I understand there's 4 citations, but it's under the same set of facts that was going on. And so that was the issue that, they said, okay, fine. They were relying on their employers who were medical doctors and a lawyer who was giving those medical doctors legal counsel on the specific issue. So that's where we are. It's not until you get a lawyer who understands these issues better, and that being me, able to come forward and say, guys, hold it, bad counsel, here's where we go. So even though, yeah, I get it, there's 4 citations, but it's all the same set of facts that's going on that hadn't changed.
Board Member Moreno, I have a question for board staff. On med spas, I understand that they're under medical, but when they're offering any kind of skincare services, even prior to advanced esthetician, are they supposed to be licensed under the cosmetology board also?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Absolutely. And there is a lot of confusion about that. To this day, we still find establishments that are offering aesthetics or advanced aesthetics without proper licensing.
Board Member Ketchum. So the petitioner number 12 is the actual owner of the establishment.
Mhm.
And the other 2 petitioners are the people that were the employees that carry the advanced esthetician license.
One does, one doesn't.
I think it's all-
No, petitioner number 14, Ms. Walter is only or at the time was only a esthetician.
So where I'm conflicted here is that I still feel that the responsibility lies with the owner.
Mhm.
As far as discounting that, I'm not sure. The employees that were really falling down the bottom of the chain here
Mhm.
didn't get the proper information. I feel bad for that.
Yeah, I think that everything that you said made sense, and I'm conflicted as well, except for one part. The esthetician should have known that she was not able to perform those because she is a licensee. So that is a problem. But I can also understand if your medical director or a lawyer is telling you that it's okay. I understand that as well. However, you still have a due diligence to know your license parameters, even in those situations. Yeah, conflicted.
And I would note,
Oh, sorry.
I would note that
Hi guys, it's board member Wold. How are you guys
Oh,
today?
hi. For the record,
Hi.
can we just get you to, is that enough? Is that good? Yeah, okay, perfect.
Hi. Sorry, I know I'm a little. Okay, I was on my sorry, I was on my phone and just switched to my
Hi.
computer. So this is a really good example of know your license. This information is on the internet. It's on the cosmetology website to know about advanced aesthetics. There was a lot of mass media about advanced aesthetics and the services we couldn't do. Personally, I do get it because I hear a lot of confusion about the laws, and it's simply because people don't take the time to really just sit down and read them and understand them and ask those questions. So I totally respect getting a lawyer, but also just doing your due diligence will serve you very far, because unless you have a lawyer who just is engulfed in cosmetology and the medical board, they may not understand, because the 2 boards operate completely different, even though they share the same space. And so that's where a lot of the confusion confusion lies. And a lot of times, instead of us just taking the initiative to look up this information that is given to us, we want to hire someone and third party it out, and then we're still confused and we end up in the situation. So I really appreciate both of you for at least, you know, taking the initiative once you figured out about your license, not being like where you're working at was not a legit salon, and you know, doing the steps. You know, it just looks kind of weird to some of us because it is 4 offenses, but I think it's very fair to want to reduce the fees. I get it, you know, whether if you heard about it or you didn't know, you had bad counsel and it was conflicting with the information on the board, but just know you can always call these amazing board staff members that are in front of you today for clarification. If you don't know, ask. Like, you can never ask too many questions. Over communication is a great thing. So I that's just my personal point of view. Like I said, our job is to get you guys in compliance, and I'm just glad that you took those steps to try to do that. So that's just my position. And anytime anything else happens in the future, please promptly reach out to board staff and make sure you have updated contact information.
Thank you.
If I can add a note there.
Yes, please.
First of all, thank you. I think that's a very well put. I'd also note, I think part of the issue on some of this is that as I think has been noted, sort of industry-wide, there's this sense within the med spa. So it's not only legal advice that was coming in, but sort of other med spas that are saying, yeah, we don't have to follow the Cosmo board. That sort of created this situation that I stepped into. And for me, it was clear. I think also the fact that, the med spa sort of industry, since their position as owners is that they're hiring medical assistants. And even though those medical assistants might have estheticians or advanced esthetician licenses, they're being hired as medical assistants. So they're, as professionals, they're telling these employees, you're coming on as a medical assistant. And so therefore, this is you're just working under my license. And I think all of that just led for this client to a sort of a situation where they were just responding to that environment until I get there and say, hold on, no, that's just inaccurate. I don't care what anybody else in the industry is saying. There's two types of services being provided here. And even though your focus is on the med spa, which is what the most of the service is, there's also some other stuff going on that falls under the cosmetology license. You guys have to step up. And the thing I really appreciate, but I as legal counsel like it when my client listens to me and says, okay, we're on board. And again, like I said, these guys genuinely they said, we get it. Great. Thank you for helping us understand this better. I walked them through the law. I explained, how even as lawyers, we have a similar setting. And they're like, thank you. We appreciate it. We understand. What do we got to do? We were ready yesterday. Go. What do we got to do? And so, it's unfortunate that the industry, and I give them kudos for stepping away from the industry think and saying, we're willing to do this. We're happy to do it. Not only willing, but here we go. Let's do it. So, that I think is also a positive thing to help establish within this community that, hey guys, you got to get under the medical board and the Cosmo board if you're going to do Cosmo things. And I think it helps to establish more of a pattern where now the entire industry can hopefully come on board and see what needs to happen.
Yes, well said. Thank you, Board Member O'Brien. Funnily enough, the word med spa has med and spa in it. So, I mean, I think it would be pretty clear that you would need both licenses in it, but I can understand that that's not always the case. So thank you for saying that. I think that we have recommendations from board staff at this time. I think that we have heard from Council Binion and Board Member Jeffers. Do you have anything? Do you have any questions, concerns?
Are we just doing number 12, or can we ask questions about?
We're doing
But-
12 through 14. We're kind of just like
Okay.
combining all of them. Yeah.
Okay, I do have a
For
question.
for what we're talking about right now, and then we can handle them case by case.
Okay,
however we wanna do it. Yeah, yeah.
For Miss Walter, since
Mhm.
you were doing advanced aesthetic services, are you planning on getting your advanced aesthetic license?
Currently, now that it was switched to 900 hours, I cannot afford to
Oh,
pay
I'm so
another.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Before, can we just get you sworn in, please? Raise your right hand. Thank you.
This is Darla. Good morning, Darla.
Good morning.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's okay. So I did price around, and now that the hours have changed to 900 hours, but I did want to backtrack, and I wasn't sure if I would be able to speak. I know, I believe Ms. Harris is mentioned as to, I should have known or something along those lines. So I just wanted to speak for myself and say, when I was hired at Revenge, I actually didn't even take my my license, my board. So I was not an esthetician at the time. When I was hired as an MA. So therefore, when I did complete everything, I did not bring that to that med spa. And I currently went to school. Undergrad is special ed. My master's is occupational therapy, and I do hold a degree in that as well. And I did not bring that to Las Vegas either. So I guess I was a little confused on the whole medical assistant versus an esthetician thing, as far as being told by our doctors and led to believe that that was what was I needed. That was that. And that's where I stand with that. So as far as schooling goes, I 900 hours and another $30,000, that's something I need to sit down and speak with my significant other on. But that's where I stand with that currently.
Okay, so you're aware, like this, you can no longer provide, the services you were doing at that establishment. You can do facials and waxing, but like the lasers.
I misunderstood when you guys state a salon versus a medical office. So that's another thing I guess I misunderstood as well. I guess laws are different here versus, where I'm from. I had no idea that that cosmetology had say over a medical board. That's why I was a little confused as well on that.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we don't want you to continue to get fines for providing services.
No. I have no desire to get any more fines.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, yeah, Board Member Harris here. Okay, Ms. Walters, so you stated you were an MA first.
Yes,
So when
ma'am.
did you get your license as an esthetician?
I'm sorry?
When were you licensed as an esthetician?
It was
medical
literally
assistant
like,
first.
it was days after, maybe a week after, when I completed my license through G Skin Beauty. And then I took my boards, passed them, and then just didn't, I didn't, what's told that I'm not being hired as that.
Right.
And then I was trained underneath our doctors and assisted them as an MA. I did actual MA stuff with the doctors, whatever I was instructed by our doctors. I did not do skin for quite some time.
Right. And thank you for that information. I really
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it. It really helped me. But what year were you licensed as an esthetician here in Nevada?
A year and 3 months ago.
Oh, so a year and 3 months ago was 2023. Okay.
Give or take, don't quote me on that, Ms. Harris.
Okay, so staff, and what offense was that? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Last year, 2023. Yeah, only 2023, no?
all in 2024.
Oh, all of them are 2024.
January 2024 was the first one,
Oh,
February.
This is Janie
April,
Huggins for the
May.
record. Yes, they were issued citations starting in 2024.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Walters, for that information.
Yes, ma'am.
President, may I also address for Darla, she's a licensed esthetician. She would not have to take a 900 course to become an AE.
Mhm.
You don't have to take 900 hours. You get credit for being an esthetician. So the law allows you for us to give you credit towards.
I'm so sorry. It's cutting out. I could barely
Okay,
hear you.
sure.
I apologize.
Statement off the record, you would not have to take a full 900-hour advanced esthetician program because you're already an esthetician.
Really?
You would
I
get
called.
credit. You would get credit toward your AE license, your advanced esthetician, because you're already an esthetician.
Okay.
Okay, so it wouldn't be.
I'm so sorry. It cut out again. I can't hear you. It's completely muffled.
I'll let you know of what your options are on an AE program, but it would not be 900 hours. to
Thank
get
you.
your AE license. All right, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay, board members, do we have any more questions for either Revenge or Ms. Fisher or Ms. Walter?
Yes, Board Member Harris, I do have a question for Betty Fisher.
Okay, just one second. We just have to
Okay.
get her sworn in.
Hi.
Hi, could you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Betty. Do you
Hi.
affirm to tell do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, so you are a medical assistant.
I was hired as a medical assistant and I also do have my advanced esthetician license.
Oh, you have, oh, okay. When were you, for the record, when did you get your license, your advanced aesthetics?
Honestly, I've been an esthetician for so long. I think I can't even remember the year, but I've been an esthetician for almost 20 years.
It says you have your license for esthetician in 2000, Board Member O'Brien, 2001, and then you got your AE license, it looks like April 25th of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay, 2000. Okay, so you are a licensed esthetician here in Nevada?
Yes.
The whole time here in Nevada? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Ms.
You're
Fisher,
welcome.
Board
Thank
Member
you.
O'Brien, when were you hired at the Revenge MD?
Oh my gosh. I want to say 5 years ago.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it. I don't.
No worries. No worries. Thank you so much. Board Member O'Brien, I would be okay with doing the reduction of the fees based on just them not getting noticed that they had fines, number one, and then also just like the bad advice, things like that. The expedited way of which they went to try to get into compliance. I feel like it does show good faith of trying to do the right thing. That's kind of where I'm feeling. I'm feeling that right now. I go ahead. I totally understand your stance as well.
Okay, so Board Member Harris, one more question.
Yep.
For the record, are we doing each petition differently? Are we lumping this group all together? So we're gonna do, did you have a school? You have two people here.
Yeah, so each of the petitions we can handle individually and make a motion for each one. Yeah. And so we can handle each one differently. Yeah, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, just, we're gonna do each one in individually, so it's kind of like we go through.
Yeah.
the establishment for each one.
Yeah. Board Member Harris, I know you're feeling differently. Do you have any other questions? Do you have anything else?
No. Yes, I'm good. I'm well, yes.
Okay. Board Member Jeffers, how are you feeling? Are we ready to make a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we please handle each one of the petitions individually, starting with number 12? And can I get a motion for Revenge MD petitioner 12.
Are we gonna reduce it or? what are we doing?
Yeah, I think we're gonna reduce
This
it,
is
right?
the owner. That's the owner.
Right.
Just making it clear.
Are we okay to reduce everybody? No? Yeah. Okay, let's talk more.
How much is the fines?
Yeah, we can go back. Let's go to number 12. 12 is 4,000 owed because they paid, right? Some of it.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. I believe I misspoke earlier and they owe a total of $4,500 for
$500, okay,
just the
so it's-
establishment,
got it.
Revenge MD.
Okay, so Revenge MD is 4,500. And then Miss Fisher is 5,500. And then Miss Walter is 6,500.
Janie Huggins for the record. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then let's talk more about Revenge MD then before we make a motion. Go ahead. Yeah.
Board member,
Mhm.
I feel like they have a responsibility to know what license they have to have.
True,
Like
yeah.
like we said, med,
Mhm.
spa, they've
Mhm.
been in business for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yes, that's how I feel.
Board Member O'Brien, board staff, the citations and fines went directly to Revenge MD. They did get them and that they took it to their lawyer, right?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. For the establishment citations, they were sent via paper mail to the business address and sent a digital copy to the attorney of record.
Okay.
So they may have received them from the mail. We have actually, to this date, never spoken with the owner. We've only gone through previous counsel on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Binion, can you speak on this?
Yes, they did not receive the notice until just until after I had been retained as counsel, and we ended up becoming aware because of this hearing that that there was fines against the establishment itself. Their understanding previously had been against the Ms. Walters and Walter, Ms. Fisher. That it did go to their counsel. Their counsel did not inform them of that, which is another disturbing thing. Why he would choose not to tell them that the establishment itself was being fined is beyond me. But he was aware of it. It did not tell them. They did not, for whatever reason, they did not get those in the mail, that notices. So that was their first indication was when after I came on as counsel.
Okay, thank you. Follow up to board staff. Board staff, counsel was Mr. Whipple at this time, yes?
That is correct.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
No, I would
Did you receive any communication from their counsel in regards to these fines or citations?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, over time, we have received numerous pieces of information and documents from Mr. Whipple regarding all three petitioners, the establishment and the two licensees, stating that their medical assistants and their original argument that they didn't need any licensing from the cosmetology board. We do believe, based on what we've been told by the new council, that they were unaware of how many citations had been issued to them and that the establishment was unaware that they had even received citations at that time.
And
So
if I'm
excuse me, I'm so sorry, 1 second. Mr. Whipple was informed the board's position on those citations, why they were issued, and given education thereof. He did not relay that information, according to Council Binion, to Revenge MD.
This is Janie Huggins. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is board member Douglas, and there was no return mail, right? To the cosmetologist board?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. As of to date, no, I don't believe we've received return mail. In some cases, it can take months for return mail, but
I would also,
So I just want to ask again. The citations were sent to the establishment?
this is Janie Huggins. That is correct.
Did you have something that you wanted to add, Counselor?
yes, I
Go
have
ahead.
I've been hard on prior counsel, I think for justified reasons. I think that's also fair to note. He's been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And so I believe that has some relevance to maybe the organization of his office regarding getting notices. I know that's his communication has been poor with my client in general. And that's part of their concerns, and they're sympathetic to his medical condition. It's pretty distressing, I'm sure, for him, but that doesn't exonerate his position, his legal position on these issues, which he's maintained throughout. But I think in the last, certainly the last few months, communication's been poor, and I think getting information over to my client has been poor.
Agreed. At the time that the med spa was receiving these citations, they're obviously receiving them and forwarding to Mr. Whipple. First one comes, second one comes. At what point do they start like kind of getting concerned that third and fourth are, like then the third one comes, the fourth one comes. At some point, did your client think like something was going wrong? Is that when they brought you in? Like, I wonder why they never reached out to the board themselves and just kept going off of his guidance is my only concern.
Sure. So perhaps I can clarify that. So first of all, even though they never received notice that the establishment was getting fined, so that was why they wouldn't have gone forward on that. But they were receiving, as you pointed out, they were receiving fines and citations on behalf of Ms. Walter and Ms. Fisher. And so that setting, they went to the attorney again, and the attorney is giving them utmost confidence. This is ridiculous. Don't worry. We should be, there's no way that a Cosmo board has authority over of the medical board. Medical board controls this. You don't have to worry about this. And so he was saying it's being taken care of, that, and my sense is, again, I've never talked to him, but my sense is that he probably felt that at this setting and in front of a hearing, he would be able to prevail with his position. I think that's just not realistic at all. And so that's why the client was saying, okay, well, we'll wait until we get in front of the hearing, because the lawyers just projecting a ton of confidence, legal analysis confidence that, okay, the board is just reading this wrong. Cosmo board just has it wrong. And so, they're saying, okay, and again, it's a medical doctor who's talking to a lawyer, and the lawyer's telling them they're reading the statute wrong. We're going to fix it, and we're going to, give them the right direction at the hearing. So that's why it goes on so long, is the number one, the confidence of the attorney, him giving them the, assurances that everything, will be fixed and corrected once we get in front of the board. Part of the problem that led to some of these things was that his communication, he was diagnosed with cancer. He provided them with that information, but the communication just hasn't been good at all over the last few months. And that's what kind of precipitated them coming to me to say, look, we gotta, we're just not having good communication with our attorney. They're expecting I'm going to kind of continue on with the position that he had. And I told them, oh no, I'm not going to be going with that position. I reviewed this. He's wrong. He's just plain wrong. We're not going to be going in front of the board to fight. We're going to be going to the board to say, hey, we get it. We were wrong. If we could get a reduction in fees, that would be great, because if we had known, because if they had known originally what I told them, and to their credit, again, coming to me expecting I'm going to just continue with what Whipple had been doing, I come and say opposite, and they were like, okay, we got it. And of course, why? So that's why they didn't make that adjustment until they did. And once they did, it was immediate. Once they got good counsel, they immediately jump in and say, okay, we got it. Thank you. And went from there.
Okay, this is Board Member Douglas. Mr. Binion, you stated that your clients didn't receive any information about being fined, but then you also said they received information about being fined. That's what made them come to the board. So I'm kind of confused.
So let me make it clear. There's three different notices that are going out to three different groups of people. One is the entity, one is Miss Walters, and one is Miss Fisher. They knew about Miss Walter and Fisher, because Miss Walter and Fisher were getting their citations, and they were reporting those to the entity. And so the entity understood those two. I want to make that perfectly clear. it's the citations to the entity they just weren't aware of. And so and their attorney was aware of it. Once my client became aware of it, because we sat down and talked about, we're looking at the agenda, and the agenda says Revenge MD. It says Fisher and Walter and Revenge MD. And so I made it clear, hey, Revenge MD has a citation and fines as well. And it's at that point they go back and find out that the attorney says, well, yeah, you're getting fined too. And they're like, well, when were you going to tell us? And he's just, well, I'll answer for that.
Okay.
And
Thank you. I have a question. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Janie Huggins for the record, just to go back to answer some of the concerns the board members were addressing earlier. Once there's an attorney that has been retained, we don't speak to the licensees at that point. All communications are directed through the attorney of record. So the two licensees, specifically Miss Walter and Miss Fisher, have come here more than once and have called, and we have directed them to have their counsel reach out to them. We aren't able to get into this matter that they had petitioned once we were made aware that there was an attorney retained.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say we did come down because we weren't getting the responses that we needed, or we asked for copies from our previous lawyer. We didn't know where anything stood. So that's when we started getting nervous, and we came down, we spoke to Lauren, and she, told us what she could, but unfortunately, because we had representation, could not, guide us to what we needed, and said, contact your lawyer. So that's what we started doing. Hence, weren't getting the responses, weren't getting anything that we needed. And then, our owners stepped in and hired our new lawyer, Chuck.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, Phil. I just want to reiterate, I definitely see that as well. However, if your lawyer's telling you that it's not, like if we had our businesses and we had a lawyer, like what's it like?
But sometimes you can go check for yourself too.
Yeah.
I do have one more thing to say. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Just 1 second, just one second.
Okay.
You're good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's our responsibility to check anyway, because if I'm getting fined,
Mhm.
I'm gonna see what's going on. And what my lawyer says.
Yeah.
And come back to him and say, hey, well, they told me this.
Good point. Go ahead. Okay, Miss Walter, go ahead.
And our previous lawyer, Brett, he stated that previously told us, don't worry about everything. I'm handling everything, that you guys had no jurisdiction, I can't even speak, sorry, to step in and come into our medical facility. He kept saying it over and over and over again, that you guys didn't have a leg to stand on, that it had nothing to do with the Cosmo board, not to worry about the fines. It just reassuring us, hence why Betty and I were like, okay, the lawyer has this under control. Both of us don't know what we're doing. So we're following his guidance by telling us, I have this under control. I'm in contact with the board. But then when we started asking questions and asking him, hey, can we have your interactions back and forth? Could we have some copies to show ourselves and our significant others, what is going on? And then that's when it kind of started dying off. And that's when we started getting apprehensive, like, okay, what's happening? What is true? What is not true? So that is exactly where that stands with the previous lawyer. But he repeated over and over and over again that you guys did not have a leg to stand on when it came to medical facilities.
Yes, and just for clarification, you, give me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I got it now. Just for clarification, the first inspection that we did was on December of 2023, in which the receptionist then called the attorney. So from December 2023 to May 15th of 2024, that's when you guys were represented by Mr. Whipple, correct? It's
Yes,
not a
ma'am.
long time. It's not a long time. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has dealt with lawyers, but I mean, they're pretty difficult to, you know, kind of nail down in certain cases. They're very busy. They have a lot of cases. And especially if a lawyer is telling you, I got this, I got this, I got this, I can sympathize with your understanding of, hey, he's got this. He's super confident. I understand. And yes, we do have a due diligence as well, but I'm torn. I mean, if this was going on for like a year or 2 years or something like that, I could definitely be like, I mean, that's a little bit long, but I mean, it's really essentially 5 months and some change.
Right. Board Member Harris, I would like to hear from Ms. Fisher, since she's
Yes.
been licensed the longest. And I'm quite sure she's worked in other establishments. And I
Yes, I-
understand the confusion from your lawyer. But as a long time, as independent licensed esthetician since 2001, what was your process?
Well, I was just going off of what I was being told by the doctors, by the owner, that, you know, I didn't hang up my license while I was working at the office, that we were a medical facility. And I also have a unique situation because I do the weight loss injections. I do the weight loss program here. I assist the doctors, you know, with HRT, which is hormone therapy. So that's classified as medical assistant. I wouldn't be, you know, I don't use my aesthetics license to do those things.
Oh, okay, Ms. Fisher, thank you for clarifying. That really helped. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Madam President, Steve McDonald, for the record, staff still stands by his recommendation that we recommend that the citations stand, but that there be a reduction in fines. Because of the mitigating circumstances, they did get new counsel. New counsel did work with the establishment, the entity, as Mr. Binion called it, and he represents the other two licensees, which appear to be doing what the establishment was telling them and what the establishment was being told by their prior counsel. So that is the staff's recommendation, is to keep the citations there, but reduce the fines, and you can do them one by one.
Okay, this is Board Member Douglas. Can we uphold the fines for the owner? Since,
Yeah, you treat them each as separate.
okay.
Yeah, board's discretion, you can hold the fines or reduce them.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes.
Do you want to do that? Okay, let's take them individually. Let's start with petitioner number 12. And let's make a motion for that, please.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the fines for petition U-10102037.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. All right, motion carries. All right, let's go to petitioner number 13.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to reduce the fine for petitioner AE-554 to 4,000.
And Rosalie Bordello, for the record, to clarify, your motion is to uphold the violations,
yeah.
but reduce the fine to $4,000.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Can I have a second?
Board Member Moreno, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Number 13, please.
Board Member Douglas, I would like to uphold the fines for petitioner A-1051338 to $5,000 and uphold the citations.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so we have voted on all, or, made motions on all of the petitions 12 through 14. You can reach out to, or board staff will reach out to you for going forward.
Thank
Oh, yep. Mr. Benyon, do you have any questions for the board?
I do not.
Okay, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, what is your name? Carissa. Okay, let's find petitioner Carissa. Carissa, last name? Smith, thank you. Number 2? Petitioner number 2. All right, we're going to call petitioner. Before I call anyone, does anyone need a bathroom break? Are we okay? We're good to go. Okay, cool. All right, petitioner number 2, Carissa Smith, A-51451 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for an exemption that be made that would allow her to submit an application to grandfather into advanced aesthetic after October 1st, 2023. Ms. Smith, can we please have you raise your right hand so we can get you sworn in? Thank you.
Hi, Carissa.
Hi.
Hi. Confirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. So I applied for at NEMA in 2022. In December, I put my deposit down for the advanced esthetician course. And then I paid for it in full, $6,000 in January. I took the class, I think it was in February. It was a week-long class. I had some medical stuff going on that week, so it was really rough for me. I had to take the test 2 times. And then I wasn't aware that after I had passed everything that I had to actually come in and pay a separate fee for the advanced esthetician course. I thought I just had to come in here and re-register my license, which I did because I had already done it, but something happened and it got lost in the mail. So I came down here, they sent it to me. And then when I got the notice, I had no idea that, I thought I was good with my license and I thought everything was good to go for advanced aesthetics. And that was my savings. When I called here, they told me that, basically I would have to go back to school and take it up with the school on getting my money back. So.
All right, we'll come back to you. Let's hear from
Okay.
board staff at this time, okay?
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist for Carissa Smith. So the petitioner is asking for the ability to submit her application to grandfather into advanced aesthetics. Her petition was received on March 27th of 2024. There was no application that was ever received to apply for advanced aesthetics. The supporting documents that the petitioner has sent in does state that she did take the 75-hour laser course. She completed it. However, there was no application that was received from us. This is her initial license. She is a licensed esthetician. So there's nothing that was put into the reviser's note that would allow someone to submit an application after the fact to grandfather into advanced aesthetics. This is email communication that went out to all licensees regarding advanced aesthetics and grandfathering in. The deadline, her initial license with us was May 19th of 2020. So she would have received all of this correspondence as she was an active licensee. And I did not receive any emails either.
Just 1 second. They're gonna
okay,
finish and then
sorry.
we'll let you talk.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's confusing. I get it. You're good.
That's all that staff has.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to say what you were gonna say?
Yeah, it was just interesting because when I called state board, I asked them, I'm like, why? I just don't understand how come it wasn't. I just feel like the instructors didn't really tell us that we had that portion was missed unless it was due to my medical condition that I had going on.
But when I called here, they had told me that there was paper mail and also an email sent out that I had to have that form filled out before October, and I had never received anything like that. So, I mean, especially after I paid $6,000, I had no problem paying a fee to have my license, so.
Board Member O'Brien, did you fill out the application for it? For the aid,
For the aid.
the advanced institution license?
So I thought that when I came down here to re-register my license, that was pretty much what I was paying for. I didn't know if there was like a separate link that I had to go fill out. And I really wish that our instructors would have like emphasized that more. And when I called the school, they told me that they didn't have any issues like that. Then I spoke with one of the instructors there and she told me that there were several other students that had the same issue that I did, so.
Yes, so our hands are kind of tied because this is in law. It's, it says that you have to have your esthetician license issued to you by the board on or before the 1st of 2023. So there's not a lot that we can do as a board.
Okay, Board Member Harris, just for clarification, maybe I'm lost in
Sure, sure.
translation here. So to the staff, wait, no, to you. Miss Smith. So you took the A course before October 31st.
Oh, I made sure. That's why I was like, I'm getting this done. I don't want to have any issues. I want to have my advanced aesthetic license.
So she did take it though. Right. Okay, thank you.
But the law says it has to be issued before the 1st, on or before the 1st of 2023. That's how it's written. It doesn't say the hours have to be completed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam President, speaking off the record, says the application has to be submitted, a complete application, it is everything. And just for clarification, an advanced esthetician license is a separate license, it's a new category. So the law passed it in 2021, so it's been on the books for several years now. And the legislature in 2021 had put that deadline in the grandfather. That's why you have to do a 900-hour course to get a license. They made it 75 hours. We don't understand where that came from, but that's what the legislature put in, saying, hey, look, we're passing this new category of license. It's advanced aesthetics, a higher level of skincare, skin services, and that will be supervised by a healthcare provision person. That's also statute, and that we're going to give you 2 years to do so. It's 2023, October 1, 2023. You're going to have only 2 ways to get an advanced esthetician license. It won't be 75 hours. Or it could be, if you're already an esthetician, another 300 hours to get the advanced esthetician license. So there's separate licenses and there's separate fees. So we actually have people, licensees such as yourself, that have esthetician license as well as an advanced esthetician license. Even though the AE license allows you to do everything that an SD does, the AE allows you to do that. But some people still want to keep both licenses because that was their first license, was the esthetician license. So they keep on renewing it, even though there's no need to, because the advanced esthetician license allows you to do everything that an SD does and the higher level of services that an advanced esthetician does, like the lasers. So they created a separate license category. So it's 2 years before it became that grandfather funds. So it's only 2 paths now.
Ms. Smith, when did you take your class through NEMA?
Last year in February.
I also took the AE licensure through NEMA as well, that 75-hour course. And I can say that they were very adamant about immediately going and doing it. So I don't know if maybe that's something that the instructor missed, but the school 100% was aware of the deadline And also it was like an immediate issuance when I walked in and got my licensure as well. So that is definitely something that they should have told you, and they did know and was aware of, because I also went through that. But yeah, the way that the law is written, it says that you do have to have that application in on or before the 1st of 2023. And at this time, there's no record of the application being on, so our hands are kind of tied here. I think. Are you ready for a motion? Any other questions? Yeah, these ones always stink. Can I have a motion, please?
As Board Member Douglas, I would like to deny the petitioner A-51451.
Board Member Moreno, I second the motion.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. We did have to deny your petition today, but I would recommend going back to the school and talking to them about maybe working with you and trying to get those last 300 hours. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. What's your name, please? Malia, what's your last name? 24, petitioner 24. Are you okay? No. So sorry, Ms. Ruiz, would you please take a seat, and will you raise your right hand? And then board members, we're on petition number 24.
Good morning. Do you affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter? Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, you are disputing B3147975, and your licensure is AE647. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier. Can you please tell us why you're here today?
I am here today because I was issued a violation for operating in a salon that was not authorized by the board. I was also told by my boss that I was, because they're a medical facility, there's a surgical center, their kind of thing. And so when I had actually called to let you guys know that I was working there full time, and they told me that they were not registered, like they didn't have them in the board. And I was like, oh, like, that's not right. Obviously, that's not right. And so I immediately called my boss and told her that there was something wrong with her certifications there. And she had urged me that there was nothing to worry about, because the previous years that she had been operating, she's been, I guess it's MA is what they're trying to say. And that in the previous years, they were never needed to be seen by the board. But I knew that in my licensee, that if I was operating somewhere, they needed to be inspected by the board, like no, kind of like no exception. So I was honestly, to be candid, a little bit shell-shocked when she told me that, because I just knew something wasn't right. So when I had urged her to call you guys, actually, I think I had given the board her information to be like, here's my boss. Because I'm fairly a new esthetician. I received my license in 2021, or advanced esthetician. Advanced, I think I got it in May of 2022. And so I was a little, I was wanted to remain in good standing. And so that's why I felt the need to come here today, because I understand that the law states that just if there's any kind of facial esthetician happening, that place needs to be inspected. And so I wanted to like remain in good standing with you guys, because I felt that was important. So, and I believe that when my boss had gone on them, that the board did inform her that of course she needs to be inspected. And I believe that they set up one urgently. I do know that it took some time because the board wanted my boss to be present, and my boss is only in the office on the weekends. And I think they had to like schedule something like specific because they don't come on the weekends or something like that. And yeah, it was kind of a long process, but I just wanted to make sure I showed up for it.
No problem. Thank you. We're going to hear from board staff. They're going to make their presentation and we'll come back and ask you some questions. Okay.
Right.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. For Malia Ruiz, she was cited for practicing a location not licensed by the board, first offense, for $500. This is a copy of her petition. She was issued a violation report letting her know that the business needs to be licensed, that where she is working at is not licensed by the board. So in the citation that she was issued on October 4th, she was also made aware that they were not licensed and that they needed to come into compliance by October 11th, or citations for non-compliance will be issued. Every advanced esthetician, when they receive their initial advanced esthetician license, they have to sign off on an acknowledgement of policies and responsibilities. In this acknowledgement of policies and responsibilities, everybody has to initial each line item. There is a specific line item for this, that they understand that as an advanced esthetician licensed by the board may only practice in a licensed cosmetology establishment. It's possible that an establishment where cosmetology services are performed may be required to hold more than one license from more than one licensing body. It is the responsibility of the licensee to ensure that she is practicing a location that's licensed by the board. So all advanced estheticians do have to sign off on this before they receive their initial license, acknowledging that they know they have to work inside of a licensed facility. This is the facility that she was found in. It was during an on-site inspection that she was found there in cosmetic aesthetics. They did submit an application on October 16th, so shortly after she was cited, and they are licensed. That is all that we have.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So thank you, Ms. Breeze, for getting your establishment employer to get in compliance.
Thank you.
This is board member Douglas. I have a question for Ms. Breeze. I would like to know, you said you were hired for answering phones.
Yeah, originally. So I had started there as 1 day a week, doing phones. And then I had gotten my, I was working at another day spa, Vanity Beauty Boutique, and doing like regular esthetician stuff. And then as I wanted to grow, as the advanced esthetician laws were happening, I believe it was kind of in the same year or so when those laws were coming out. And I wanted to venture in more of the advanced side of things. So that's when I actually seek them out as like a medical office to work at, to eventually get to the point where I could be doing lasers and things like that.
Okay, but you said you were initially hired to answer phones. How did you get to the esthetician part?
I had got on when I was already a regular esthetician, but at the time, I believe that they didn't necessarily need like a full-time esthetician. And so in the interview process, let her know that like I'm okay with starting at office work, but that's definitely not where I wanted to stay.
Are you the only operator there?
Rose Flores, my other boss who I was hired by, she is also advanced esthetician. And yes, I'm not sure how long she's been there, but she's also the owner of the business.
Okay, so there was 2 operators there?
Yes, I also believe that I was the only one cited. I don't know if that makes a difference. I don't know if.
No, I asked that because you said the owner or the other esthetician only worked weekends.
Yes, that's Rose Flores.
Okay, but there was another supervisor there as far as management. Someone was to come in and say, can I speak to the manager?
At that time, I believe that I was the only one in office at that time.
Okay, thank you.
When the person came in.
Board Member O'Brien, you mentioned when you first spoke that you contacted the board. Was that after the inspector had come in? Or was that prior?
was before, just to kind of, because I don't know specifically, it's like within a few months, you have to like notify or something like that.
Yeah.
So I was just calling to, because I had became full-time, and I was like,
Sure.
okay, I have to call.
Yeah.
And so that is when I had initially found out that they were not actually certified with you guys as well.
And then after that, you kept working there and then they didn't get into compliance and the inspector came in and then.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Board staff, was the med spa cited as well?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. I believe they were not cited. They came into compliance with an establishment license.
Okay, thank you.
Steve McDonald for the record, Madam Chair. That's why I said thank you, Ms. Ruiz, for helping us get people in compliance. Your employer as well. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. She told they weren't licensed and she still worked there. I don't know what the whole thing- what the name told her. So she actually had a different. The difference is though that the board told her that they weren't licensed, not somebody else, no, before she even worked there. Before the citation. Before, we can lower it, so I don't wanna waive it. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members? No? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to reduce the fine for AE 647 to $250.
Can I get a second?
And we're gonna uphold the citation.
Can I get a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, Ms. Ruiz, we are going to uphold your citation, but lower your fine. So you can reach out to board staff or board staff will reach out to you as well. Okay.
Am I able to ask a question? Does
Sure.
uphold mean that it's no longer there or that it's there?
The citation will
Yeah.
remain on your
Okay.
record.
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
then the fee that you owe will be reduced.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so
Mhm.
much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Ooh, I'm sorry.
What is your name?
Alfredo, like the chicken.
Okay.
17.
Okay, let's see, so petition number 17, Alfredo Gomez Mahena, C-45268 for possible, or for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing V3150894 and V3150896. Can I please have you raise your hand?
All right, Alfredo, good morning. Hey, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter? All right, thank you.
All right, if you would like to tell the board why you're here today.
All right, on January, I started working at Trend Salon located on the corner of Tropicana and Jones and Paradise. And after like a month or so, since we weren't getting like male clientele, the owner and I decided to post myself in the same place as men's cutter. And I received a cease and desist note from the board, I think on maybe February 6th or something. Immediately I called back, look, I'm licensed and I'm working in this spot. What's going on? And since I used some of my older videos during the COVID era, the lady explained to me that it might be referring to false advertisement, so I took it down. A month after, I received the citation saying that I didn't do it, and I did do it, but they found my number in another spot. And for my argument to say, fly, I only need to know if I have the right to advertise or not as an independent contractor or a 1099er. That's it. If I do have that right, I could advertise whatever I want, right? I understand the fact that maybe on the maps, people think there might be two businesses or something, or false advertisement or whatever, but I did remove that one. So I don't see I just don't see the infringement. I don't see.
Okay, thank you.
And
Let's,
I do hold a license with Nevada, so.
thank you. Okay, let's hear from board staff and then we'll come back. Okay.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist for Alfredo Gomez, who is disputing operating a salon without a license, first offense, and practicing in a location that's not licensed by the board, first offense. His account was first found in February of 2024, which was when the first cease and desist went out. This is the website that we found. It was for Uber Barber. And you were able to book a service on here. We selected a date and a time, and then it led on to a confirmation for January 25th. On this website, it does give an address of the West Tropicana Avenue. The account that we found on Instagram was private, and it does state Barber. We have confirmed with the Barber Board that he does not hold a barber license. This is additional social media that was found during the initial investigation for services that were not performed inside of a licensed establishment. This is the specific salon that was on the website initially. And we did speak with Alfredo on February 6th, and he stated that he is no longer going to be working at Trend Salon. The second cease and desist was issued on March 5th of 2024. The website was still up and running, and the address was updated to a different address. So it was no longer to a licensed establishment. It was updated to this 5821 Pioneer Avenue. And then it also gave a phone number where you could call to book. You could no longer select the services. It was just call to book. Operating hours, dates and times. And then that's why he was issued the citation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I say something?
Sure.
That's an all advertisement. I did fully cancel, like permanently close the business. That Fresha thing, I didn't even know it existed until she said so. So it might be a former employer of mine, but I didn't move. That doesn't make sense. I just received a cease and desist, so.
So I'm sorry, Board Member O'Brien here, the 5281 West Pioneer Ave, you're saying that one's not yours? You don't know that one?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It
And you're
might
not
be
working-
mine. It might have been mine, but like a way older. I don't even know the Fresha thing was a thing.
And you're not working at the Trend Salon?
I've never, no, not anymore.
No?
It was too slow. By the way, Uber Barber is just a name. I could have named it 1, 2, 3. It's just, I never claimed that I have a barber license or nothing related. Full Cosmo, it's good enough for me.
Where would your clients go when they booked on that Uber website?
Sorry, which website?
When they booked on the website, where would
I've only posted advertisement constantly, like knowing by myself on the Google Maps. We did it right there. The owner and I, Her name is Heather Green. We did it to attract male customers. That's it. I never post, like, I don't have Instagram or Facebook or none of that. I don't use any other form of advertisement. We did it right there and right then because it was a need. It didn't work out. I canceled and I left the place. That's it. That other fresher thing, I don't even know. By the time I wasn't even cutting hair anymore, why would I risk it? If you guys so adamant about the loss.
Yes.
Yes, Madam President, if I may, let me
Yes.
ask them. You advertise as Uber Barber?
In the Indonesian way, of course.
Okay. I was wondering, so you're traveling as Uber, these are the way that you're going.
Uber means better, sir. Uber means better, like in Ubermensch.
Better, okay. Okay.
My pleasure.
Do you have a barber's license?
I don't. I never claimed so.
Well, you kind of did with Uber Barber. It does indicate that you're a barber.
What if I named it the beach salon? Would I claim to have a beach?
No, but you would claim that you're a salon. You don't have to claim both names.
What if I call it beach cuts? Would I have to have
You can
beach
call
and a
it
cut?
whatever you want. The issue is
Exactly.
that you're implying that you're providing a certain service, and with that service, it does require a professional license.
What am I implying that I do at a salon with a cosmetology license? I cut hair for men. Is what I do.
This is
Yeah.
Board Member Douglas. Is this you cutting this gentleman's hair in the backyard?
These are all footage from the COVID era. We all did what we have to do. And most of these people were clients of mine when I used to work in the corner, Desiree and Arville. That's called the Arcoiris there. And
I
I,
understand that, sir, but you need to still. I understand you gotta do what you gotta do, but you're here for a reason.
yeah, but the reason why I received the cease and desist, I did abide too. I canceled the whole thing. And I still received a second, let's say, like the citation, the actual citation, right?
Correct.
Saying that I didn't, but I did. I did do what you asked me to do.
Yeah,
The videos on the advertisement might imply that you go to people places. I totally get it. I removed it. But I'm still licensed. I still have the right to
Yeah,
advertise.
because they found it on the website that you still had posted, so.
Madam, I don't know who did that app, who did that fresher thing, whoever did it. If there's no way to know when was it done, like I personally did it or someone else,
Okay, so that's your argument?
I am sworn to be telling you the truth. I didn't do that.
Thank you.
Board Member O'Brien, whose company is Uber Barber? Is it yours? Okay. Do you have any partners?
Sorry.
Do you have any partners? Is it just you? It's like a solo
Yeah,
entrepreneur?
sole
Okay, got
proprietor.
it. Thank you.
Board Member Harris, are you registered anywhere else, like with LLC or independent or DBA down with the state?
No, I don't think
No.
so. I have other Nevada business license, but are not related to haircutting.
Okay. Yeah, because sometimes when you register your name as LLC, Google, or however, the state will put you on a map using
Yeah,
that address. They will, it's happened to me, so they will do that.
that was my personal address that
Yeah.
I lived once.
Yes, they
So
will do that if you go to register.
I don't know. I don't even know I don't use social media for
Right, and most
advertisement
people
or
don't,
nothing.
and
Why
most
would
people-
I, after receiving a cease and
Right.
desist now, why would I purposely move it to another place? That doesn't,
Yeah, no,
common
sometimes they do
sensically
that,
doesn't
but-
add up.
Yeah, people are unaware, even if you don't do it, they. just-
Yeah.
But I believe him on that, yeah, I do agree with that.
Board Member Moreno, you still have a cosmetology license?
I do.
Board Member O'Brien, can we, for the record, and I'm so sorry, don't be annoyed with me, the address 5281 West Pioneer Ave, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89146. That's your old address? That's your home address, or
That
you
was,
don't know that address?
I do know that address.
Okay, what
I
is
live
that
there.
address? You
I
live
live
there
there. Yeah, but
currently?
no,
the
like
past?
4 or 6 years ago.
Okay, got it.
It was an old address.
Are you working in the establishment now?
What establishment are you working at?
I'm working at Sharky's Haircut for Kids in Summer Lane.
Okay. Can you clarify? Are you petitioning for both offenses, the first and for operating a salon and for also practicing in a location?
Well, I
Those
did
both your-
comply with both, with the cease and desist. It's just all footage that I use for advertisement purposes. But I don't cut outside of my place. I mean, like, I don't cut outside of the salon. People don't like that. People don't, they find you weird and suspicious, and who likes mopping hair,
Thank you.
I can list the places that I work too, so you know that I've always been, except for when I was working for the casino. I always work in established places.
Board staff, is Uber Barber down at this time, or is it still showing as?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. I believe it does say that it is down now.
Okay.
Upon the second part of the follow-up investigation, the Uber Barber advertisements were, I believe, removed or modified to show that it had been
On the
closed
7th,
on Google. It was upon that time when we found the Fresha advertisements
Got
that pointed to a different address. That was what led us to issuing the citation.
Got it. And then just for the record, Fresha is a booking site.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, to my knowledge, it is a health, wellness, and beauty booking site.
Thank you.
which by the way, if I may add, I didn't even know existed.
Oh, you didn't know about the Fresha account?
No.
Oh, it's
I-
like a
Madam,
software.
Madam, I don't use Facebook, Instagram, Twitter or whatever, which is
Yeah,
like
that's what you
super
said,
popular. If I
right.
really wanted to advertise, why would I go to Fresha? If
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Fresha is a booking site. It's not-
exactly.
It's not an Instagram or social media. It's a place for clients to go and book.
I don't
that
know.
one either. Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Board members, do we have any other questions or do you have, how are we feeling? What do we think? Board member Jeffers or Wold, how are you guys feeling? Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
No, okay.
No, me either.
No, okay. Now, what are we doing? No questions, but what are we doing? The board staff, can we confirm the amount? Is it a 1,500?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, the total amount owed in citations is $1,500.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, say that again, I missed it. Uh-huh. Well, that license, that means, board staff, can we please clarify, we're probably just needing a lunch or a bathroom break, so apologies if this is silly, but can we please clarify operating a salon without a license? That indicates that the salon is not licensed, correct?
Janie Huggins for the record, correct, that you're operating a salon business without a license.
And is that pertaining to the Freisha account?
Janie Huggins for the record, yes, that was the intent behind the citation.
Got it, thank you. And practicing a location not authorized by the board, first offense, which would that be?
It's essentially the
The
same.
same, okay. Got it, thank you. Mhm.
This is Janie Huggins for the record.
Mhm.
Those are fine amounts that are set in statute. Well, not in statute, excuse me, in regulation.
Regulation, okay.
Yeah, practice.
Mhm. They go hand in hand. So this one is for the first license. Got it. Okay, got it. We're up to speed. So we're taking a break after this, just so you know. All right.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the petitioner license number C-45268.
Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Detra, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, board staff will reach out for what steps to take next, okay?
I'm sorry, uphold the petition?
Yeah,
So I did comply and I still get uphold the petition. That is kind of unfair, don't you guys think? Wouldn't you agree that after you asked me, I did what you asked me to, and now but that doesn't add up, right? I asked if I needed to get legal help because I know you guys can get a little bit adamant with the law, but never like this. I call her, probably her. She explained to me the reasons I do comply and I still get fined. That is not fair. Wouldn't you agree that's not fair?
This is Board Member Douglas. To a certain extent, sir, I don't feel that you made a good argument for your case.
For trying to pull a marketing stunt to pull more people in a salon that is established and working with Mrs. Heather Green was my sin here.
Okay, this is Board Member Douglas. I just felt that your argument wasn't up to par. You kept
What part
saying-
of my argument?
Because
lady?
you kept stating that you didn't know anything. You had to know something. If staff have information on you, you gotta know something. You gotta agree to say, okay, that was me, da, 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 da. But your questions or your answers, I don't know. You have to know something.
I know about Google Maps. It's all I use. I've been in this country for 8 years. I'm not interested in social media. I'm not interested in none of that. Why would I know of such things if I'm not
for sure,
interested?
sir. I'm just going by what I felt.
No, we're talking, it is my case and it's a lot of money. And you know, it's my case and it's a lot of money.
I understand.
I would like you to reconsider that there are things that if you're not interested, you shouldn't know about.
okay.
The
and
fact that Google might
Thank
register
you.
me.
We have to, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I know that this is not a favorable decision in your mind, but unfortunately we did already vote and we do need to move forward. So I am sorry. Okay. Oh, I didn't hear what I said, sorry. Yeah.
Have a good day.
We do we need a 5-minute, like water bathroom break real quick, 5 minutes? We're gonna take a, Oh, should we just push?
Yeah, if we can push until.
Are we okay?
No, Madam Chair, you can definitely take 5 minutes. You like, I know you want to.
Yeah.
So then after that, if we can come back and try to push for a couple more.
Yeah.
In the agenda.
Yeah,
Get
at least get these, yeah.
And then we can break for lunch. Have
Yeah.
our lunch.
Yep. All right, let's break for 5 minutes. The time is 11:18 on July 8th. We will be back here at 11:23. Is that right? Is that 5? All right, we're taking a break. And then
we can't.
Mic check, 1, 2. Good. All right, we are back. It is 11:29 on July 8th, 2024. Apologies for the delay. We are going to start with petitioner number 8, Beyond Beauty Institute, SC4, SC. Beyond Beauty, right? Yeah. Okay, Beyond Beauty SC-44988, for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for a variance to NAC 644A600 minimum requirements for space and accommodations. If you would, please come up and then we'll have you, are you both speaking on the petition?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have you both raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Alejandro is the owner of the school.
Okay.
And I'm just here to assist in case he needs help.
Translating?
Communicating.
Okay.
All right, Alejandro?
Yes.
Hi, can you raise your right hand? Yeah, probably that one. I'll get you. Yeah. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And your name for the record, please?
Yvette Vasquez.
Yvette Vasquez. Alejandro, what's your last name?
Brito, BRITO.
Okay. Alexis?
Yvette.
Yvette, sorry. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm to translate?
Yes.
To the best of your ability?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can you please tell us why you're here today?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for seeing you guys again. I come in here to try to apply to both programs, to join in the school for the advanced aesthetics, because I see the problem right now. And the other is for the hair design in the 9th.
So, sorry, I've been with Alejandro since the school opened. And I'm pretty good at understanding his projects and his ideas. So he's here seeking a variance to introduce hair design and advanced aesthetics with the square footage that he currently has. But he's also adding more an annex. I'm not sure if that's the word you guys use, to focus only on advanced aesthetics. So hair design, he's wanting to move it where the square cosmetology school is right now. And if necessary, switch the hours so that they can have access to the same equipment that the cosmetologists currently have. But he did add an extra square footage, they're connected right next door to introduce advanced aesthetics. And he's been trying to introduce advanced aesthetics for a long time. So he's been working hard, he has all the equipment.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from board staff. They'll make their presentation and then we'll come back to you, okay?
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. They did put together a presentation. Did you guys want to go through your presentation of what you sent in for the board to
If you
review?
guys want to go first, and then I'll.
Okay,
I'll follow.
we can do that. Ours is just a few slides. For Beyond Beauty Institute, they are asking for a variance to NAC 644A.600, which is the minimum requirements for space and accommodations for cosmetology programs. The green area that is shown on this layout is the current space for cosmetology and aesthetics in the school. For cosmetologists, for a cosmetology program, it's 5,000 square feet is what is required. And for aesthetics, it's 3,500 is what is required. So the current space of the school is 5,811.27 square feet. The space required for all programs is 12,000. So they're deficient by 6,188. They are looking to add hair design into the current green space that you see on the screen. And then over on the left-hand side, the red space will all be for advanced aesthetics. So the advanced aesthetics program, this current red space is 3,438.78 square feet. The space required for advanced aesthetics is 3,500. So the space is deficient by 61.22 square feet. This is the specific variance that they are requesting, NAC 644A 600, 1, 2, and 3. And they're looking to add on advanced aesthetics. And this is their presentation that they have submitted. Let me know where you want me to scroll.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're seeking variance for introducing advanced aesthetics and interior design. And we just want you to be more familiar with the school and the floor plan. So we've been operating and licensed since 2022. Since we opened in 2022, we were licensed to offer the programs cosmetology, nanotechnology, and aesthetics. That's what that square footage, which is the green that you guys previously saw. We just made it more.
This is the green. This area is the green. Thank you for clarifying that.
The video.
This is a small video of the side that is currently already
this is
licensed and working.
Oh,
No, this is the-
this one.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, that one is where we are currently offering those 3 programs. Cosmetology, aesthetics, and just a little bit of backstory. Really, the idea of opening the school is because he was previously owner of a salon spa, and he would have a lot of our Latino community come in asking for a job, and they just didn't have the knowledge that they needed a license here in Nevada in order to work. Yes, so his idea years back started because a lot of people in our community are Latino, and they would come looking for a job at his spa salon, but didn't know that they required a license here in Nevada, even though they studied cosmetology back in their countries. And that's really where the idea started. So our school right now, it's very focused in the Latino community. And that's right next door where he used to have the spa. So they're connected. There's an entrance, they're connected, and where he would like to have advanced aesthetics. And that's a tour of the other side that he wants to license along with. We just described the plans for the rooms, like what plans we have for each room. And we try to make it really fast just so that. And we're seeking that variance, right? But we also want to let you know that we're open to your ideas and suggestions to make that variance work. So we're willing to try and accommodate to
to make it work. So we went through the equipment that we currently have. This is what we have for advanced aesthetics. And then for the cosmetology equipment, that's also what we have at hand. It's the center. The first row would be the requirements for cosmetology, and then the requirements for hair design. And that is where we want to use the same area that we have for cosmetology right now for hair design, not maybe introduce a different schedule for hair design so that they have access to all of the same area.
Es porque the Latin community is como no have too much time to do the for cosmetology, entonces want porque work too much, entonces wanted this in the night, have the program, the hair design.
So he has had a lot of students have came by where they're looking to really make money as fast as possible. So they're looking for those shorter programs. Oh, and another thing we wanted to mention is this is the people that we have enrolled and graduated since we opened. We are a small school still, so we just wanted you to take that into consideration, that, you know, because the requirement is a lot of square feet and we really don't have so many students. So for cosmetology 2022, we had 9 enrolled, 2023, 14, 2024, 5. And as you can see, none of the numbers go above 20 students. And that's more of this the people that we enrolled for nails, cosmetology, and aesthetics. And then right here is a list of the instructors and upcoming instructors. So there's currently 4 instructors actually, because Mariela is already an instructor. She just got her license. So we have 2 more instructors that will be licensed at the school.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Thank you. It laid it out very, very nicely. Your space is beautiful.
Thank you.
Very, very nice. And I really like your reason for doing the school. I think that's wonderful. I do have a couple questions for board staff. So I would like to know, for the AE school in particular, are all other requirements met for that?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, when we were there last and counted the equipment, they had all of the equipment necessary and all of the the required amount of instructors to open.
So we are deficient by 61 square feet and some change.
Correct.
Okay. For the hair design requirements, are all other requirements met for that program?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. We do not have a up-to-date count on that, but I do believe that they have all of the equipment that would be required for the hair design portion. I think we've also worked with the petitioner to say if granted that they would still get any needed equipment.
Okay. Can we clarify what is the space deficient for the hair design by 6,100? Is that what I'm looking at? Or can we pull up the?
I believe this is Janie Huggins for the record. I believe the overall space is deficient, that amount, because the school, you have to be licensed for every program that you want to offer or be licensed for, you have to have the square footage. So they would be deficient. I think this slide might be missing the square footage for nail technology, which is skewing the numbers a little bit.
Okay.
So for all of the programs that they're currently licensed for, including cosmetology, they would be deficient in that 6,000 some odd square foot to add that program on.
Got it. Has this been done in other schools?
This
where
is
they're
Janie.
using the same space and not adding separate?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. This is actually a newer regulation that clarified in our regulations that you have to have the minimum square footage for the programs that you want to be licensed for, but we have been working with other schools to get variances that in the programs that are deficient in the square footage.
Thank you. Follow up. The NAC, the wording, does it have anything in there where if we had a combination of hair design, Cosmo, SD, nails, the way that it's written, it looks like it's written out separately for each. There's nothing written in there where it's like if all of those were in there, it had to be a certain amount of square footage. Is that right?
The original language of the regulation said a school of cosmetology was to be 5,000 square foot. And then over time, as we saw breakout programs, breakout licenses, the regulations added on to those, but they weren't complete and weren't clear on whether or not you had to have the square footage or not. So it now says that you have to have the equipment and square footage to offer those other programs.
Okay. If the variance is allowed, is there any reason in the board staff's mind that would say that we would be doing a disservice to the students to have it being done in the same space as the variance is being requested?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. As someone that has been in that school, the numbers seem to indicate that it's quite a deficiency in square footage, but it doesn't feel like that small of a space. As far as the two programs, cosmetology and hair design, for the most part, there can be a large overlap in those two programs, where the bulk of the hours would be doing the same thing and participating in the same curriculum. They would only really be sent to do, the cosmetology students would only spend a short time, presumably, outside of those hair design students.
At this time, no, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. At this time, is there a student restriction for the school?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. No, there's no restriction on how many they're allowed to enroll.
Okay. How many cosmetology stations do you have?
3, 4, and 2 more in the classroom. I think it's 36.
Okay. Board Member O'Brien again. So the space as it is, since you've been in, you can feel that it is smaller. Is there an option to add on more space? You said that you'd be willing to work with the board for suggestions and things like that. Is there more space to be added, or are you kind of capped? Do you have companies on either end of you?
He asked the people
Uh-huh.
leasing next door, but they're not willing.
Okay.
They're not leaving anytime
Okay.
soon, but he is adding that other side, but he's wanting to use that other side, focused on his
Right.
advanced aesthetics.
It's okay, it's
Yes.
12,000 square feet. Entonces it's only 20 students.
Yeah.
20 students, almost 16.
Yeah.
Is 20. For the fire department, is allowed to 300 people inside the, it's only 20 people, 20 students. Is a lot of teacher, a lot of student. Or
Right. No, I 100% agree with you. I think that you do. My fear would be that adding in another like hair design, I feel like we might need to be like, at least in the beginning, maybe do like a student cap, because like that way we can ensure that everybody has, because they're already not meeting like the max that you can have in the program. So I think it might be like a good variance to approve, especially the AE side 61, like that's, we're so close there. But the hair design, you know, I would just worry that one side of Cosmo or hair design is getting a little bit, you know, I wouldn't want the programs to grow so exponentially at the same time in that same smaller space. We might need to put like a student cap on it at first, something that's reasonable where they're still gonna be able to use the space, you know?
Like this.
Board Member Detry,
Yeah.
for staff, is there a cap in regular salons for square footage of how many stations?
This is Janie for the record. In a salon or a school? No, there's no requirement for space, for square footage, for anything. At that point, you would defer to the occupancy statement from the fire marshal.
So they could have 40 air stations and a 4,000 square foot salon.
That is correct.
There's no regulation at this time.
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you have some? Did you? You want to
No,
go ahead?
this for the cosmetology, I have cosmetology is the one program I have people, I have
Mhm.
6 student, 8 student at the same time. We have 34 station
Mhm.
for 8 student.
Yeah.
It's never full.
Right.
The other school have a lot of students, but knows have at the same time the school almost have the more time they have is 16 students for imagine for 6,000, 12,000 square feet.
Yeah.
You don't see the student. Is
Two stations with what he's got. Each
okay, I
student
have
has two
30,
rooms.
34 station plus in the class I have 2 more. It's 36 total.
Yeah.
Okay, it's for at the same time the student with people it's impossible to fill it out. It's almost 60, 65 people at the same time.
Right.
You never do all this person.
Yeah, we definitely think that you have the space to handle both of the programs. The only concern would be just, with popularity and how things grow, we would want to make sure that every student is given the right opportunity to have what they need and the space that they are required to have. So I would think like a cap would be something that would, allow us to ensure that you would be able to properly serve your students, they would receive what they needed, and then the board could be happy with your, your spatial variance. So we'll discuss that.
Well, board member Detry. So I think moving forward, we just have to be careful with these variances. And since though it hasn't been defined to a number yet, I just did some quick math. So if we did 20 students to the 5,000 square feet, that's giving a 250 square foot student. So if we figure out some kind of guideline there, then moving forward, any other variances, we can say, well, we're going to stick to our 250 or 200 or whatever.
Right.
How do you feel about that, staff?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. I actually believe there was old language that gave 250 square foot per student beyond the additional square footage. So that might be a safe number to stick to.
It sounds reasonable. And they did such a great job with the space.
Yeah.
I just didn't see wrong. That's why I asked
Yeah.
the wrong question.
I see where you connected it. I see how you connected it. Yeah.
I'm trying to
Love it.
think outside the box under the current guidelines.
Yeah.
And not get us problems later.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think,
So the cap, I think is a great idea.
yeah, I do too.
And lead with that.
And that's gonna just allow them to use the space and capacity, and then when they get so popular, they can, decide to move or buy out the other owners of the other space. So, yeah. How would we word this? How do we come to a cap?
Sure.
How would we come to a cap?
Yeah, that's true. See, our Steve McDonald, for the record, our wonderful chief deputy here is saying, and make sure how it's worded, how you can enforce it. That's always the key on these motions. We, as board staff, I'll jump in and say that we definitely agree with this because the new regulations just went into place in April. So of course, a lot of the older licensees, not old, so it's just 2022. They already got their licenses based upon what was there before. So we actually are definitely in sync with what the board members want in your discussions. As one of our CCO, Chief Compliance Officer Huggins just said, it was old language where that 250 square feet, I believe it was the electrologist statute, and that's no longer in there, isn't it? No, that they see in the new regs, all that stuff's gone.
Yeah.
So actually, it's very good. You have a very good memory, member Dick. Well, you're going to be the one enforcing it. And if you have problems, you can come to me.
Board Member O'Brien, I'm so sorry to interrupt. One more thing I was wanting, just while you guys, right before you guys like kind of help us with this matter. Personally, I don't want to add a cap that's going to mandate certain students for certain, I would, is there a way to put a cap in there where we can be like, they can be Cosmo or hair design, because it is essentially the same equipment, where it's just like all encompassing, like 250 per student, you know, per square foot or whatever. I don't want to do like how we did at the other ones, like they can only have like 10 Cosmo, 8 this, 7 this one, you know, because that puts such restrictions on those two programs that are so similar. If this was nails to, you know, Cosmo or SD to Cosmo, totally, but these are so similar. I think it should be something where they can have either or, if that's okay, if we can add that language in.
Yes, Madam President, Stephen Tom for the record, just discussing with Chief Deputy.
Sure.
That we just put total students at any one time in that program, cosmetology and hair design. Since they do cross over, just a total amount of students at any one time that they could have.
Okay, yeah, because I wouldn't want to add a restriction on there. I want them to be able to use the space.
Specify that students present at any given time, regardless of enrollees, because they may be there, they could have more students enrolled, but
Good
not
idea.
all present. Right, if they may be present on different days, different times.
Awesome.
But that allows your staff to know when they walk in, how many students, if they count, right? They know if they're over, they know if they're not. It's easy to enforce.
Good catch. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna defer to our Chief Compliance Officer to. Depends on the total amount of students. Cosmetology.
It's 250 per student, right?
Total.
Yeah, 58. We're doing the math now.
I'm opting out of that part. Math in here.
You better check my math.
When you were like, I just did some quick numbers, I'm like, oh.
Oh,
Okay. My heart fluttered.
All right, I think we have it now,
Okay.
Madam President. Stephen Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I would love your recommendation.
I mean, I can help with
Yes,
the recommended motion language, would
Thank
be,
you.
it sounds like, and board members, I'm only putting words into your mouth to the extent that it is what seems to be the intent you're going for, so tell me if it's not, and we'll
Thank you.
change this. But you are looking to grant the variance with a condition that the cosmetology school portion, not the esthetician portion, have a maximum of 23 students, that's the math based off square footage, at any given time. That's not number of enrolled students, that's number present at any given time receiving instruction.
So that's the
Or
first,
performing
yeah,
services.
that's the
Okay.
first motion, and then there'll be a second
Can we-
motion
can we
that
make
will
the
deal with
first one?
the AE program.
Yeah, let's make this one while it's fresh in our minds.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, so moved?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, so moved. I got that one. So moved, so moved. Okay.
I have a question for Steph. Okay, so you're saying 23 students for the cosmetology program, but what about the hair program?
It's total for both.
For both,
Mhm.
okay.
Any given
Okay,
time.
so should it be verbiage? for both,
Uh,
not just
yeah, and that's where
cosmetology?
maybe correct me, because I'm not knowing all of, by cosmetology program, I thought that
The
included the
side,
hair.
that side of the
Cosmetology.
school.
But
That's
that
the-
side of the school.
That
right.
side of the school
Slash
is
hair design.
gonna be
I don't
capped
know if
at
nails are in there.
23 students, and then
Yeah.
the advanced aesthetic
Yeah.
school, well,
We'll
it's
have
all
a
one
separate-
school, but
yeah.
that side of the school will be taken care of in the next motion.
The space would be assigned, the cosmetology to be for both.
Yeah.
cosmetology.
Right, regardless of
Right.
program, a cap of 23 students
Okay.
at any given time.
Okay,
Between the hairdresser and the cosmetology. Those two.
okay, so they would be able to have the same students in the same area instead of having two different.
Right.
We're just doing this time, this time.
And they can also do program time differences. That only
Yeah.
entails 23 students on the floor at that given time. So they could also do a morning and an
Yeah,
afternoon class.
Okay.
And if somebody needs to take a leave of absence, that would also allow them. to
Yeah, so I
put
was
somebody
saying
else
this
in.
number
Yeah.
does
Mhm.
not
Yep.
consider how many are enrolled. It
Yeah.
considers how many are receiving instruction slash performing
Awesome.
services.
Okay.
at any given time.
Do we need to second the so moved?
I think, yeah, we don't have a second. yet.
Okay.
Board Member Harris, I would like the second so moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Said that one really loud. We're excited about that one, you guys. Any opposed?
I'll let you crack.
Motion carries. Okay, moving on to the second petition. We do need to make a petition for the variance on the AE square footage of being deficient by 61.22 square feet. Do we need any discussion on this? Are we all on the same page or have our voting hats on for this one? Board Member Jeffers, Board Member Wold, are you guys good up there?
Yes.
Any questions or anything? All right, let's go ahead and make a motion.
Board Member Harris, I would like to grant the variance for the extra space for 61.22 for the advanced aesthetics. Oh, it's deficient, 61.22. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Moreno, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations. We're really excited for you guys.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You'll have to
very
send
nice,
invites.
very nice. Yeah.
Every student close, never have one, everything finished.
Oh,
Every
good.
student finish the school.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice. Oh, very nice.
100% everybody.
Okay,
Well,
good.
good,
Very
good.
good.
Congratulations. And if you guys have any questions, reach out to the board. With board staff will be in contact. Yeah, good. Thank you, guys. All right, let's move on. I'm so sorry. I know you told me. Tell me again. What's your name? And last name? There you go. All right.
I don't know.
You leave here. Oh, okay, 18. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to do petitioner Yarisa, sorry, McGahan, U-10101643 for discussion and possible action. Petitioners disputing V3147428, V3147427, V3150441, V3 and V3150440, and V3151333, and V3151332. Okay, welcome. And will you please raise your right hand and then we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Gavin. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll let you tell the board why you're here, and then after we'll hear from board staff, okay?
Okay, so I'm here to, because I received a second letter from the board regarding like operating a salon without a license or something like that, and not having my license. And then I received another one. So I received like 3, but I never received the first one. So I'm still kind of like confused about that one. But it's basically because I was doing lashes at my at home at my mom's house, and I don't know. I'm scared.
Oh, no worries. Will you move the mic closer to you? You're just so soft-spoken. Thank you. Do you want to tell us anything else, or do you want the board to present their slides?
And they can present.
Okay, and then we'll come back to you, okay? Okay. All right, at this time, we'll hear from board staff.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. So the petitioner was cited first, second, and third offense for operating a salon without a license, and a first, second, and third offense for practicing without a license. The first offense was issued to her on September 12th of 2023. The second offense was on February 15th of 2024. And the third offense was March 18th of 2024. The total citations owed as of June 26th of 2024 is 9,000. So the account that was found on August of 2023 of when the first cease and desist was sent out was this page for eyelash extensions. These are some highlights that were found on the social media website for pricing, styles. This is information about the account on when it was created in 2021. Additional posts that were found on the account upon the initial investigation. This is another account that has appointments via direct message. This is another social media account that just tags her back to the Lash account. So for this particular unlicensed individual, we received a total of 4 complaints for unlicensed activity. So upon follow-up investigation, the account was still up, it was still active, and there were still posts. So the account never went down, the account never went private. That's why she received a first, second, and a third offense.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Well, when the first letter, I never received it. And if I did, I don't know where it's at until I got the second letter. And then that's when I took action. That's when I called and tried to find out what was going on.
Mhm.
And then I had asked them like what I had to do or something sort of like that. And they told me to completely stop. So I did. And then I got a third one. And when I got a third one, I had called again. They told me that if I continue to keep having the page up, they're gonna still find me. And I didn't know that. So that
Mhm.
same day I immediately took it down. And ever since then I was trying to figure out like how I'm gonna pay $9,000 because I don't have $9,000. And but yeah, it's just hard. But so ever since then I stopped, and last year I got in a car accident which made me not be able to sit, so I had to obviously stop immediately. So I couldn't really do that. I couldn't sit, I couldn't walk. So that's another reason why I had to stop. I was out, and then before then I had gone through like this major depression where I was drinking, and I just wasn't really taking clients like that. And then at first it started with family, and I was doing like my cousins, and they trusted me. And then after then, that's when I started taking clients because I felt like I was able to do it, and I was doing it so I can make money, so I can pay for school because I don't have money. And so it's hard right now, especially today, to this day. Like I'm barely working. I just had surgery for my knee, so I don't have 9 grand to give. So that's why I'm like here to fight this, because it's just really hard. And I just really hope you guys can help me out. If not, then I completely understand. I'm sorry. But that's all.
This is board member Douglas. Do you have license?
Me, no. No, I don't have one.
How did you learn to do lashes?
I did a course. Her name goes by Beauty Reina. Her name is Ashley, and I got a certificate. And I had gotten that in 2020, like after I think the pandemic, and then I was just practicing for like months and months to get my craft perfected. And then after that, that's when I was able to take family when that they trusted me and stuff like that. And then I think in 2024, and then I got in my car accident in 2023, so I only was lashing for like 2 years. And even between those years, like I wasn't taking clients because for that exact reason, because I didn't want to promote and get in trouble. And at the end of the day, I got in trouble, you know, because I did wrong and I understand that, but I don't know, I just didn't want to. It just
Were you
cost a
told
lot.
in your course that you had to have a license to perform the lash extensions here in Nevada?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said that.
Yeah, okay. And then, did you plan on going to school at all?
I did. I was planning to, but I didn't have the money to go to school because one, I was working and trying to lash to make money because also I have like a car payment, I had car insurance, my phone bill, like I had my own bills as well, and I didn't make enough money to pay for it. So that's why I was lashing on the side so I could make the money to go to school. But at the end of the day, it all went downhill.
Thank you. You did not receive your first citation.
No, I never seen it. If I would have stopped right there and then. Like, I would have just completely took everything down. I wouldn't have kept doing my like lashing and stuff like that. And then when I first got it, it was like the second one I got it around, I don't even remember. I think it was like January, February when I opened it. And I was like, oh my God, like how long has this been going on? You know, and I didn't know. And then at that same time, like I completely stopped. Like I still had people texting me and calling me to see it. And I was like, no, like I can't, because I didn't want this to go further. And it did at the end of the day, you know. And I didn't know that for my third letter, that if I kept it up, it would still build up. And even then, before, I wasn't even taking clients because of that. And I don't know. It's just.
No, you're good. Thank you. Board staff, do we? Never mind, cancel board staff. General comment for the board. Redirect over here. With looking at the photos on the Instagram, you guys can see the dates. Did we notice that? Okay. And then when you contacted the board, did you call, did you email, did you come in?
I called.
Can you tell me about that call?
When I called, they just basically told me like what it was for and how much it was. And I was like, okay, so what do I do? And that's when they told me I have to pay for it. And I was like, okay. So I was trying to save money to pay for it. But then that's when the third one came, and then that's when I called again, and they told me that if you keep it up, it's gonna keep building, and that's how it kept building up to $9 grand. And when I heard that, I was crazy, so I immediately took it down, because if I would have kept it, I can only imagine where it would be at now.
Sure.
This board member Douglas, are you currently enrolled in school?
No. I don't do lashes anymore. I don't do none of that. I actually want to go to school for radiography, but I'm waiting for Northwest Career College to contact me.
Board member Bryant, board staff, in the presentation are the photos in order of when the citations were found. For example, the first photo off of the feed.
This is Lauren Gossage. For the record, yes.
Okay, so they're from oldest to newest then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Did you move or anything? Like around like maybe like I don't know, anytime before February of 2024? Had you kind of been in the same place?
No,
The
well,
same
right
house?
now I did move. I have
Uh-huh.
my own place now, but my mom currently still lives there.
Okay.
Board member Moreno, where were you living in 23?
There with my mom.
This is board member Douglas. Do you still have your page up?
My what?
Your page?
No, I took it down months ago when they told me that my balance was $9,000.
Board Member Harris, a question for you. So is that when you became aware of all your citations, when you got to 9,000, when you called our staff, or before?
No, before when I got the second letter, because my mom gave it to me, and that's when it was like at, I think it was like 15, like 3 grand.
Yes.
And that's when I was like, oh, okay, so I don't want it to go more up.
Yeah.
So that's when I stopped.
Oh, you
And
took
then
it-
I got another letter in the mail for the third one.
Okay, so
which
you
was-
took down your page on your second citation, because you didn't receive the first one.
Yeah.
I got you. Oh.
Yeah, I was between one of the second or the third,
Mhm.
for sure.
She said she didn't know she was gonna take it.
Okay, so that's.
Madam President?
Yes.
Steve McDonald for the record.
Yes.
As you are aware, all the board members are aware, the first thing that we do is we send a cease and desist letter, which is without a citation. It's more of a compliance. We call it a compliance review, just basically getting compliance, and we'll work with you. After that, unfortunately, sometimes we have to use a tool that's granted to us by statute and by regulations, by citing. And that typically gets the attention of people when they see that violation report along with the citation. And that's where the money comes from.
Right.
But that's our normal practice, standard operating procedure is to definitely help the work with the unlicensed, person and to try to get them in compliance. And then we go from there. So just wanted to put that for the record.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the board's responsibility to like hand deliver letters and stuff. It's, they did the due diligence, sending the notifications and stuff.
One more question.
Yeah.
Board Member Harris, one more question for you. So did you get the cease and desist letter?
No, I don't even know what that looks like. So no.
Oh, so you didn't get the cease or desist for the record, or the first offense of 1,000? You didn't get
The
that?
first offense, no. I only got it the second one when it was up to like 3 grand. and
Information.
2,700.
Just so she can get it. Okay, thank you.
When you got your second cease and desist letter with the fine attached and you called the board, did you stop working on your friends and family
Yeah.
and your clients? You
Yeah,
did.
I even told my cousin because she loved me doing her lashes, and I told her to stop like sharing me, or like
Yeah.
she would like post like old pictures and videos, and she would tag me, and I told her to don't do that no more because of that.
Yeah. When you were taking your class and you signed up and you stated that the instructor let you know that you had to have a license, what was kind of your thought process there?
How I was gonna afford it.
Yeah.
Because I work for Amazon and I only get paid like 20 an hour.
Yeah.
Back then it was like 19.
Follow up. When were you told that you had to have a license?
What was this class took in 2022, 2020?
Like, was it when you signed up, before you paid your deposit, when you arrived, at the end of class?
Like the first day,
The first
the
day,
first, second day, and then the third day, because it's like a weekend course, so it was like a 3-day course, and the third day was like about business. So I'm sure they implied to like you have to get either a bit like an LLC or a license or anything to operate like that. So my next step was like, how was I gonna afford that?
This is Board Member Douglas. What made you take the course before you took the class?
I wanted to get into like the beauty industry, and I really was interested with like lashing. And my aunt was actually the one who gave me the money. She helped me with it because I didn't have $1,500. So she actually lended it to me. And ever since then, like after I took the class and I took my family in, I enjoyed it because I really liked how the women felt after it, because they felt like happy, and that made me
thoughts, concerns, comments, anything? Board Member Marino, what are you thinking? How are you feeling?
Students come before us.
Say that again?
Kind of like the same way Joe, when students come before us and they get in trouble with it. Social media, we're seeing this with flashes too.
You really don't think about going to school.
Excuse me.
I mean, you do, but.
I am offended.
Well, you know, no, well, you do
Okay.
lashes, right?
No, I do lashes.
Oh, you do?
This is my life.
Oh,
And I teach
okay.
and train, and it's the first thing I tell somebody, I have to get their licensure. I'm
Yeah.
bound by the board to get their licensure before you even sign up for my class. That is my, that's where I'm having a hard time here.
Madam,
How much do you think the fine should be reduced by? Because $9,000 is a lot of money, and I'm pretty sure you were under the assumption that, you know, you need a license, you couldn't afford to go to school, and you just let your citations build up to this amount. So if we was to honor a discount on your fine, how much do you think it would be?
I have no idea. At least to like the first, like half of that.
To be
or,
fair.
like at least half of that or more than half. I don't know numbers, but I can at least do like a week or at least 100, 200 every week that I could pay because I don't make that much money.
Yeah, you would have to take that up with the staff, but I just was asking because $9,000 is a lot of
It's a
money.
lot of money.
You'd have been better off signing up for school.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But even then, I didn't have the money for that either.
Totally. Yeah.
Well, they have financial
Um,
aid and grants and stuff. You should look into that. You do a great job, just for the record.
Mhm.
You do a
Thank you.
great job, and
Mhm.
you'll make way more money doing lashes. You should just go that route. I think you should go
Okay.
that route.
Yes. Madam President, Steve
Yes.
McDonald for the record. You're right, we're all feeling, we all have feelings about this, strong feelings one way or the other. And it is the one thing that's out there is that she hasn't enrolled. There are schools that have financial aid and things of that nature that can try to assist. Financial aid's federal money to help you go to school. So there are schools that actually are certified by the feds to get financial aid for their students. The other, I guess the other point is that you're right, when the board members had said that, board member Douglas actually said this, that you were pretty much on notice that you need to get licensed, somehow go to school. But as Madam President had talked about was the advertising that always seems to get some of these unlicensed activity is that you gotta do more than just stop taking bookings. You gotta basically shut it off completely, because what you're putting out there to the public is that you're still in operation, that you're still doing the unlicensed activity. And that's why we sent the citations in the first place. But as board staff recommendation, we are not opposed again to the board's discretion in reduction of the fine. The 9,000 is a lot of money. But the board staff recommend to the board members that we reduce it by 4,000. That would be the last two violations in discussion with our chief DAG. So it's total of 9,000, leaving all the citations in place, but we recommend reducing the fine by $4,000 and leaving the rest in place.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah,
President.
thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. It's helpful to us. How do we feel? 9,000 is a lot. I feel like
Costly mistake.
it's a very costly mistake. You're exactly right. I feel like there was numerous times along the way where she was informed by others that it was illegal activity. But I know that she was in a hard spot, and I can resonate with that as well.
I'm sorry.
in addition to that, Madam
Yes,
President, or
please.
as a condition, is that she would enroll in school and not continue the unlicensed activity. Otherwise, we will go back out, and she's already at her over a third offense, that we would continue to be hitting her at that high level if she doesn't stop the activity and enroll in school.
Yeah. Okay.
Question to the staff. Is her site taken down? She said it is, but I don't know. Is it down?
This is Lauren Gossage. For the record, it is down.
Oh.
Board members, Sierra Wold and Jeffers, do you have any questions, comments, suggestions?
No?
Good?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Do we want to reduce with the conditions of enrollment and stopping the activity course? Yeah. What? Yes.
First of all, do she want to enroll?
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Miss, yes.
I know.
Magdalena?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want to continue your
Eyelash
business?
Yes.
I do.
You
And
do.
maybe like facials or something. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be
Well,
great.
under esthetician.
Yeah.
Yeah, an
Or
esthetician, that'd be
aesthetic.
great.
Yeah. Because I don't want to work.
Okay,
them.
yes.
There's also payments. There's companies that can assist with payment too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I'll hire.
Right.
Okay. Uh-huh. Exactly, you got- yeah.
So I think this is.
What do we want to reduce by? $5,000.
That's it,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that condition.
Yeah.
I do. Okay.
Okay. If she doesn't enroll in school.
She has to hold on. Yeah. If she doesn't.
All the mamas and the dads.
Seven?
Leave it at 7.
Okay.
Okay. 7.
That motion hard.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're
Okay.
serious, you'll do it. If
Mhm.
not,
Okay. All right, are we ready to make a motion?
Yes, we are.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill? What are you feeling?
I'm just concerned about this time. Caveat that goes.
Right, I agreed with that. I also like Miss Douglas's, or sorry, board member Douglas's suggestions on putting the caveat that if they don't, that it's reduced at a different
Oh, it's
payment price. Do you like that?
Rosalie Bordeaux, for the record, if you're going to put in a school, I would put a time frame to enroll within a certain time frame. Otherwise, it's kind of this inevitable,
Yeah.
it's a lot harder for staff to control.
But
Do we want to nix the,
you can enroll in that.
huh?
You can enroll in that attend.
Yeah, so maybe it's just making the enrollment part null and void. Okay. You want to just do one or the other? Okay.
So. 7.
Splat.
5,000 off.
Yeah.
5,000 off.
If she knows if she gets caught. Yeah, she's back with us.
Oh, no. So we just kind of 5,000, that's it. Oh, we can do it.
50%? We didn't do 50% on the last one, revenge meeting.
I said 5,000.
Huh?
I said, you ever hit one of your mind? This is better than mine. I said, we do for $5,000.
What is that for? Four? Okay, we're close. Do we want to just do? Huh? Let's do that. Let's do that if we're. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, can we get a motion? No, just take it out. I like, the board member said she said her journey is her journey, which I agree, but if she gets caught, we're back here again, so. Yeah.
Are we ready? Okay, this is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a motion to uphold with a reduction of $5,000 for, do I have to say all of it? For
U-1010164439.
That was a joint motion. Can I get a second? Is that suffice? No, we gotta redo that. We gotta redo that.
5,000.
Reducing it to 5,000 or 5,000?
5,000.
5,000 to 4,000.
Yes.
Balance is 4.
Was that motion okay? Even though she finished it for me. Okay, great.
That's okay, as long as we're clear for the record that the motion on the table is, on number 18. The motion on the table for number 18 is, a total reduction in fines by $5,000 to $4,000 in
So
total
moved.
fines.
So moved.
With upholding the
Oh,
citations.
with upholding the citation. So moved.
Can we second?
Board Member Moreno, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, so we are going to uphold your citations and then we reduce your fines to 4,000 total. So we are taking away $5,000 off those fines. However, if you are caught again, it will be your fourth offense and those fines will be imposed as well. So the fines will still accrue, okay? If you need like payment plans and stuff like that, they help you with that. So you can seek help with that. And then board staff is gonna reach out to you as well for steps going forward with your payments and stuff, okay? And then as far as school goes, Executive Director McDonald is absolutely right. They have programs and scholarships and grants and all the things, and your work is too good to just let it go to the wayside. So I highly encourage you to enroll in school. And I might know a salon that's gonna hire you after, I don't know, just pay attention to that.
Yeah, she just, yeah. Yes.
We'll see, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll-
right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody that drinks eternal water, school people and me. Thank you for coming in.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay, so we have a petitioner that is on break from work, so we are going to,
She said that she can also do 2:45 since this is about the lunching hour, so if you want to call for lunch, she's fine with that.
is she available? I'd love to knock it out,
I told her
just to help her.
2:45 would be better.
Okay, no
I
worries.
knew you guys needed
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch for
Wait,
30.
wait, sorry. This is Board Member Jeffers. We have somebody sitting here in the north office.
Oh, yeah.
She's petitioner number 1.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
we have her go?
Yeah,
absolutely.
petitioner number 1 too, and we've skipped all over. She drew the lesser number and still had to wait. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
and I'm
All
gonna
right.
recuse myself because I actually have a personal relationship with this
Okay.
petitioner, so I'm just not gonna be in this one.
All right, see you
Okay.
later. All right, so petitioner Devon Cockrow, A 41426 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for an exemption to be made that would allow her to submit an application to grandfather into advanced aesthetics after October 1st, 2023. Ms. Cockrow, could you please raise your hand, right hand, and we'll get you sworn in, okay? Okay.
All right, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. So at this time, if you'd like to walk us through your petition, we'd love to hear it.
So I've been here since 9, so I already saw kind of what happened with a very similar case.
Yeah.
So I know that you guys aren't able really to do anything, but I didn't know if maybe you guys had some advice on what I can do because I am going to school to be a nurse. And I wanted to also use my advanced esthetician license to go into like a dermatologist's office or med spa. So it's the only way to go past this to go back to school.
We're trying to walk us through the.
I can
Yeah.
help answer.
Sure,
This is
sure.
Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. Devin, you are a licensed esthetician. So if you wanted to go and work inside of a dermatology office, you absolutely can with your esthetician license. You have to make sure that that office is licensed as an establishment, and you can only do services within your scope of practice. So you're only doing facials, traditional facials, and microdermabrasion and dermaplaning. You can't do microneedling. You can't do any of the advanced treatments.
Okay, so that won't affect anything in the future. But if I wanted to eventually get my advanced, I would have to go back to school.
Yes, Board Member O'Brien, you would be issued a credit with your SD hours that you could apply towards that. So yes, you would not be responsible for the full 900 hours anymore. You would be, I think it's 600, right?
I went to G Skin and Beauty.
Yes, Steve McDonald for the record. Yes, you'd only be responsible for the hours that are required for the advanced esthetician license. It's typically 300 hours additional. But we would look at your transcript to get what credit you would get toward that AE program, AE license. Also, if you are going to school to become a nurse, nurses are exempt from our AE license. So if she wants to get her nursing license, she doesn't have to get an AE license from us.
Oh.
She can't supervise. She just can't supervise any AEs under. Only doctors, physician assistants, APRNs can supervise estheticians, AEs, advanced estheticians. So not RNs, but you don't need our AE license if you are an RN. Okay?
Okay, so I can perform, if I am a nurse, I can perform laser microneedling.
Yes, you are exempt from getting an AE license.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yes, and as that Chief Board of Love just said, please also confirm with your nursing board. Scope of practice. But from our perspective, you are exempt if you are a nurse, an RN, from getting our AE license.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I know everyone's hungry, so.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay, at this time, we do have to make a motion on your petition, but if you do have any other questions, please reach out to board staff. They'd be happy to review those hours for you and to give you guidance on that if you should pursue the AE licensure before you get your RN license, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so at this time, can I please get a motion?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to deny the petition A-41426.
Board Member Harris, I'd like to second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, thanks, Evan. Hope you have a good day.
Thanks, bye.
Are there any other petitioners in the Reno office before we break for lunch? Nope. Okay, cool.
No, I was
saw the
going.
hand motion. Okay, very good. Thank you. We are going to break for lunch then. The time is 12:37 on July 8th, 2024. We are going to resume at 1:05. Sound good? All right, 30 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
That sounds good.
Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, so welcome back to the, are we good? Welcome back to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. The time is 1:08. It is July 8th, 2024. We are going to move forward with petition number 3. Kui Lee, ST 101018450 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for her testing application to be reconsidered and her certificate to be re-verified. Would you like to take a seat up there? And then if you will, just raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in.
Are you Key Luke?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. Hi, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, great. And who do we have?
This
here?
is Fawn Lam. I'm her interpreter.
Okay, could you spell it for us, please? Spell your name.
Fong.
Okay. All right, put your right hand up, please. You're fine. Okay. It's phone, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Do you affirm to translate to the best of your ability in this matter on behalf of Ms. Luke?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, would you tell us why we're here today?
I beg your pardon.
You can just tell us about your petition.
你可以告诉他们里面。
对，我的那个license 职业证书都很完整，但是他需要我提供什么证明，网站查不到。
Okay, she said she was trying to apply for a testing application last year, and then she turned in her transcript, certificate of completion and occupational skills certificate from China. And their staff told her the application was rejected because the staff told her that when they cannot verify her occupational skills certificate. They tried to go to the website and verify it, and they could not verify it. And so today she came here. When she turned in the petition appeal form, she said she described the method to go into the website that is listed on the occupational skills certificate, and she also performed a way how to bypass the Chinese internet firewall so that you can go into the website listed on the certificate and verify her certificate.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from board staff.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. For Kui Lu. This is just some information on her application process with us. So she was enrolled in Ability School of Aesthetics in July of 2023. Her testing application was received while she was a student there in December of 2023. And it was for aesthetics utilizing the training that she received in China. On January 2nd, 2024, an unable to process letter was sent to Ms. Liu as we were unable to verify the China school documents. On January 9th, 2024, a second testing application was received from the student with a certificate of completion from Harbin Venus Vocational Training School. On March 6, 2024, a second unable to process letter was sent out to Ms. Liu as we were unable to verify the China school documents. On June 12th, a reciprocity application was received from Ms. Liu to transfer an active esthetician license from California. The date of the esthetician license from California was June 12th, 2024. So the date of the application. This is a copy of her petition. And these are the supporting documents that she sent in. This is a copy of her unable to process letter. And these are documents that we have in her account from her testing application. So this is her blue book. This is her license certificate that has a QR code of scan the QR code, it leads to the website to pull up the verification. It does state that we can't open the page because of a network connection. This is a translated version of the document. And this was proof of training that was sent in with her testing application. And nail art is not a part of aesthetics. So there's part of her transcripts that we wouldn't be able to accept in full. This is a copy of the translation services, I believe, out of Washoe that she sent her documents to have translated. And this is a translated version of the certificate. This is an additional translated document for a certificate of graduation. And this is the application that we received, the reciprocity application. So the information that was previously given to us, verified, was utilizing California to obtain an active esthetician license.
So,
That's all that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, Steve McDonald for the record. So this case brings up several items for us as board staff. You know, as you saw in the chronology, she originally was a student at Ability School of Aesthetics. That's one issue that you all are well aware of. Translation, of course, we could not verify that translation, even went to the QR code. Thirdly, even with the translated documents, we're unsure who actually translated these documents, because the person who signed that acknowledgement from Language Connection is not the person who actually translated the document. I think that's the owner of the document, of Language Connection. And so, as you can see, it's raised a lot of issues. And the fourth issue is that the curriculum that was translated, it shows other things that aren't part of aesthetics program, such as doing nails. So we couldn't even accept, even if these documents were validated, we couldn't even accept some of those hours anyway for her to get an aesthetics license. So those are in a summary, those are the four issues that board staff has. And then, of course, there's another one, there's 5 issues. Went to California, got licensed, now she's trying to get reciprocity. She's in school here, in a school here that was operating. And then if she had all of this curriculum, all of this experience from China, you don't need to enroll in school. You come here, it's a reciprocity application, we're looking at your hours. So raises questions as to why would you enroll in school when you have all this experience from China? This is not the first application we've had from people coming out of country and have the experience, have the curriculum, have everything verified. We treat it as reciprocity application. So it just raises a lot of questions here. And we just wanted to summarize you that from a board staff perspective.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Board Member Bryant here. Why did you get your California license?
She said because the application processing here, the link for application processing is so long in Vegas. So she wanted to get on to work as soon as possible to make money. That's why she go to California and go for the professional test. So that in the hope that if she can go through the reciprocity process, it would be faster than the testing application process here.
Oh, okay, so you didn't move to California, you don't live in California, you just did it for the reciprocity?
他说你有没有住在加州，还是说你过去考就是为了可以转过来？ She used to live in California, but no more.
Thank you. Board Member O'Brien here. The struggle that I have is, you know, we as board members, you know, have our due diligence of making sure that every item, document, licensee is in compliance and that the regs and codes are being followed. You know, if board staff can't really verify something, I don't know if that's something that we can go forward with. Compatibility.
Yeah. In California, that's kind of.
Board member, so sorry.
I was just gonna say, this is Janie Huggins for the record. Our processing times, we process applications within 1 to 2 business days. Sometimes if they need additional review and end up in an unable to process status, that does take a little longer, but they're typically done within 1 to 2 business days.
Thank you. Board Member O'Brien, why did you go to Ability if you already had experience in China?
Okay, she said when she applied for, she didn't know that the board recognized Chinese certificate before she go to ability school, and the instructor in ability school never tell her anything about reciprocity from China to here.
Thank you. So, Executive Director McDonald, we have, you listed 5 issues. One being that she went to California, got reciprocity and came here, but already had hours in China. The second one being verification of the translated document. Could you go over the last 3 also? Sorry.
That's okay. So, okay, so I guess we'll go down again.
Yep, let me get that.
Sorry, refresh my memory.
No, that's fine. It was my fault for
No.
getting stuck on those 2.
Okay, this is one of the issues with the translation. We don't have, Steve McDonald for the record, we don't have, the person who translated the document is not on the notary. Olivia M, is it? Buford, is, I believe, maybe the owner of the business. She is not the actual translator signing this document. So it seems to be clear that Olivia is not the person who translated this document. She is the Spanish speaking, as we know from her previous translations, and that's all that she translates. So we don't have that, the person who actually translated it signing a notary, translating these documents, that they are true to form. So that's one issue that kind of flagged us. The second issue was by her enrolling, which I think you've already addressed here, yet she already had documents. And we probably need to inquire who her instructor was, at ability to disclose that information. It's an out of country, it's like an out of state reciprocity license. If she has the potentials to do it, we would treat it as a reciprocity, and as our Chief Compliance Officer just said, we process things within 1 or 2 days. So it's not an issue of time.
Yeah.
Timing. The third issue was her transcripts, where if we were to take these documents as fact that they are translated correctly, the hours in her translation nail arts was not part of our curriculum for an esthetician license.
Mhm.
So we wouldn't be able to take those hours anyway, because that's part of our curriculum. So
Mhm.
we'd have to do that. She may not have completed all the requirements for the esthetician license.
And then this is Janie Huggins for the record.
Mhm.
Another issue was that we could not verify the certificate itself. The petitioner did provide very helpful instructions on bypassing the VPN, but we have actually no issues accessing the website for the school. It's when we try to verify the actual QR code and the certificate number that board staff has run into issues with verifying it. We have also reached out to a former staff member who used to work with the board, she resides in Las Vegas now, but is from China and has family in China. They were also unable to give us information to assist in verifying.
Okay. Board Member Bryant, was all of this communicated to Ms. Liu prior to today's meeting?
Oh, sorry. Brenda Jackson for the record.
Yep.
So we did notify Ms. Liu of our inability to verify the document.
Okay.
Prior to the meeting.
Thank you.
And prior to her petition.
Thank you. Ms. Liu, do you have any other documentation or anything that we can use today?
这些呢，对的，就是他们刚才没有展示出来的，他们一定刚才有展示出来。Okay. She want to clarify 2 points. The first one about the processing time. When she turned in her testing application, the first time she turned in the testing application, she never. It took her like 2 weeks to receive the response letter, and the date does not match the date that she turned in her application. It was like she turned in her application in December, and the date on the response letter showing September. So it was before she turned in her first application. So she contacted the board admit that they sent out that letter in error. That's why she turned in her second application. Okay. And and she did not receive any response for another 2 weeks. She had to call and come here to get a response. I think the board she did tell me that the board mailed her the letter, but she never received it in her house. That's why she came in here to get her second notice for her second application. And then regarding the translation, so I help her look up the internet, the board website to find a qualified translator that is accepted by the board. And the language connection was listed there at that time. So that's why we contact Language Connection, and we send the document to them, and they did all the translation. So we have no control over that. All we do is we're making sure that they are accepted by the board. And for the nail art hours, so she said every school in China, every beauty school in China have their own curriculum. So if 120 hours nail art is not it's not accepted in her application, you can take off the hours. She has no problem with that.
Okay. Board Member, oh, yep.
Yes, Madam President, Steve McDonald, if I may ask the question of Ms. Fong. Ms. Fong, do you work for Language Connection?
No, I do not.
Are you affiliated with the Language Connection?
No, I do not.
Have they ever used you to translate documents in the past for Language Connection?
No.
Do you know Olivia?
I saw her name on the document.
You don't know Olivia?
I don't know her in person.
Have you dealt with her, not in person, have you dealt with her by email or by phone call?
I help her send the email to turn in the in Chinese document.
Oh. So you've never dealt with Olivia at all?
No.
And I apologize, board members. The reason why is because we have communications that lists her from Language Connection, that she does translations for them. And we have it from Language Connection telling us that. So that's why I wanted clarification is that, do you translate for Language Connection? Yet you were listed as a person that they use.
No, I don't think we are talking about the same person.
Okay. There were two. and she was one of them. So I just
Mhm.
wanted to get that on the record,
Mhm.
because we have other documentation involving language connection.
Okay,
Thank you.
of course, thank you. Uh, Ms. Blue, when you had contacted the board, after you received your letter in the mail, and you contacted the board and they told you kind of what was going on, why it was denied, did you go get another translation? Did you do anything? Do you have any other documents for us today? Thank you. And do you have this is the new one? This is the new one?
She said that's the additional document she requests her school to send her recently.
Okay, so we actually can't verify this. This is gonna have to go through board staff and you guys. I was just curious if we had it.
No. Yeah, Madam President,
Yeah.
we haven't seen a document, so
Yeah.
we don't know what she's given you.
Yeah.
We always ask if anyone has anything else to provide, give it to board staff and we can make sure that we can review it. And yes, unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to review this
Yeah,
or see this.
of
so-
course. We can only go off of like what we have here. I was just curious if she had taken steps, because if the documents can't be verified. Yeah.
It looks like the same document.
And they probably need more time, because.
Huh? Yeah.
Madam President?
Yeah.
Steve McDonald, for the record,
Mhm.
we believe we have this first document, the Harbin Venus Vocational Training School. That should be as part of the record already.
Mhm.
It looks like she's provided some documentation from the actual website itself. Do I have a certificate query results?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, Madam President.
Yeah.
This document, which is already part of the record.
Yeah.
We can't tell who translated it. It doesn't say who translated that
Yeah.
document. It's the same document that we have,
Mhm.
unfortunately. Looking at it right now.
I think the biggest thing is just not being able to verify,
Yeah.
like the info, the documents, the signatures, like that type of stuff. So this document that just got sent isn't even part of this petition. It's just something new. So yeah. It's right there. Oh, yeah, they already had it, but the one they haven't, yeah. Hmm.
So this document, this is Jane Huggins for the record.
Yeah.
This document does appear to be something new for us,
Mhm.
but we don't know its origin or
Mhm.
how it was translated, by whom it was translated.
Mhm.
It possibly came to her translated by the school, but the information that is listed in the translation has discrepancies from what we have received from her already. Like these hours and categories are completely different. But
Okay.
the board is more than welcome to use that in your deliberations, and we will include it in the record.
Okay. Like no seal on up, I'm just seal in the front. Yeah, so we'll just reconsider her certificate to be re-certified.
Did you take the test?
Mm-hmm. Board Member O'Brien, the petitioner is asking for her certificate to be verified, right? Did she need a petition to do that?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. It doesn't need to be re-verified. We have denied it. The board staff could not approve it on an administrative level.
Yeah.
So as it stands today, the application for her to receive a license either as an out-of-state, an out-of-country applicant or a reciprocity applicant has been denied from board staff, as we cannot verify her aesthetics training. So for her to overturn staff's decision, yes, she would need a petition to get approval from the board.
Okay, follow-up question. So sorry if this has already been asked as well or answered. Her certificate is from China. This is the one?
Correct.
But she also went to Ability.
Janie Huggins for the record. I believe, we don't know what coursework she actually completed at Ability. I believe part of the determination or questioning on her application was she had obtained hours out of country. She enrolled in a school in Nevada where she presumably would not need to take any hours because she had out of country hours. And then she's gone through different paths to try to get a license after we've told her no.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have one question.
Yes.
Board Member Moreno for staff. This document from the Board of Barber Cosmetology in California, did you guys get that verified if that's a real license?
This is Janie Huggins for the record. This should be a screenshot from their verify a license feature. So this should be completely accurate. However, we cannot speak to their application processes, what type of training they accept, or even how this license was obtained. If she obtained it as a student with out of country hours, or if she obtained it in California through reciprocity from another state. That won't be indicated there.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Comments?
Madam President, if you want to see these documents again that were provided, we just know this just on our initial review, just based upon the document. This is the first document that you have in your hand. The translated document says that there are a number of hours and the paper in your left hand. And those hours don't seem to match up with what the transcript has for her hours. So even the newly translated document, and this has happened on occasion, where the translated document doesn't seem to match what you gave us before. So that's another discrepancy. So you gave us a new document, now it's been translated, and it doesn't match with what you had before. And that's just the initial review. We're just looking for numbers, and they don't match. So I guess really bottom line for staff is how do we know which page is correct or not?
Yeah.
And it's just really hard when someone brings additional documents and they just simply don't even match up with what you gave us before. Unfortunately.
Thank you.
Excuse me, she has she want to make a
Of
statement
course.
regarding that question. So the second hours that she turned in, it was just an additional document. So when she went to California to apply for testing application, the California board sent her a letter saying they could not, because they want to see certain curriculum hours on her first transcript, and they couldn't find, they are not certain about how exact hours she has in certain curriculum. So that's why, and then they sent her the letter, asked her to contact her school in China to verify how many hours exactly she got in the specific curriculum. That's how
Right.
she get the second transcript as an
No, that
additional.
makes sense. But what we're saying, excuse me, could I please have the document one more time? I'll give it right back. Thank you. But what Executive Director McDonald said, was that the hours, here are not lining up with here. I understand what you were saying, like they wanted like a better breakdown to see like where they fit in which category and stuff. But like, for example, hair removal, lash and brow services is 180. On this, it says that it is 120, and it also includes microblading, which is not covered under our scope either. So that's what we were kind of saying. The hours are not lining up for what that is. Any other questions for this petitioner?
Board Member Harris, so to staff, so does she have all her hours, well, that you can't verify? Are all the hours supposed to be there for esthetician? Or aesthetics, rather?
This is JD Huggins for the record. I believe she has more than the minimum hour requirement, but we can't verify
Can't
them.
verify. Okay.
Mhm.
So this is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a motion. ST 101018450. I move to deny this petitioner's request due to unverified documents.
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So Ms. Lou, we are going to deny your petition today based on just the fact that we still at this point can't verify those, and the documentation that you brought in didn't help us in any way. So if you have any questions, board staff will reach out to you and you guys can communicate those questions together, or those answers together, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
If you can please stop by one of the front desks, that will have to go into the record for us. They will need a copy of that for the meetings record.
All right, thank you so much. All right, moving on. We're good on time? Yeah, okay. Petition Don Teffel, C-25871 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for her late fees of $560 pursuant to NRS 644A.520 be waived. Petitioner Don, are you present? I don't blame you. It was a long one. Long time to get to 4 today. All right, well, should we trail it? Okay, let's trail number 4. Please move on to number 5. Petitioner 5 is Jubilee Mobile Nails and More, U-1010202242 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for a variance to the following regulations: NAC 644A570, supply of water; NAC 644A575, disposal of waste; NAC 644A580, electrical system; NAC 644A.565, compliance with general standards required. Is petition Jubilee Mobile Nails present?
Yes, I'm
Hi.
present. Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you for having me here
Very
today.
good. Will you please raise your right hand? Let's get you sworn in, and then we'll be able to listen to why you're here today.
Hello.
Okay.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Juliet Larmore,
Can you spell last name for me?
Larmore.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Okay, will you tell us why you're here today?
So I'm here today because I'd like to open a mobile nail salon. The name of the business is Jubilee Mobile Nail and More. And I'm asking for variances based on the NAC codes that I saw displayed on the board's websites for opening a mobile salon.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we'll hear from board staff. They'll do a presentation and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Okay.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. The petitioner has actually sent in a bunch of slides. So the next, this presentation is made by the petitioner. So Julie, I'll present for you. And if you want to explain your slides that you sent in, then I can just move on to the next slide whenever you're ready.
Okay. You'd like me to explain it or you?
Yes, if you'd like to explain the documents that you sent in for the board to review.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a picture taken from the manufacturer's website of the camper that is converted to a mobile nail salon. And so you can see the specifications of the size for the outside and the inside. And that's what this document is referring to. So the next diagram is what the interior looks like. I drew it out. So as you can see, what you're looking at is the rear end. The rear end opens as it completely lifts open, and so that's the interior that you're looking at. You can see there's cubes, the seats on the left and the seats on the right. The tables would be in the middle, and so that's what you're looking at right there. Okay, so this is an example of how the sanitation area is, where everything would go, where it would be displayed if I were parked and doing nails at a location. Okay, inside of here is explaining the contents of more or less how, like, where the fire extinguisher is, where the toilet is, where the water heater is. So upon inspection, board member staff can look and ask me questions, and I can point things out. It also explains where the windows are for ventilation, and the AC and the hand washing sink. And then the water tanks are actually underneath. So you're not able to see that, but they are underneath the camper. Okay, this diagram is just explaining more about where the air conditioner is. I have an air conditioner and then a fan that can be used. It also displays where if I do needed to use my generator, which I usually don't, then that kind of explains where the cord goes, and that the generator is inside my truck, which makes it safe and away from the public. And then a cord would be going down from the truck to the outside. So upon inspection, you'd be able to see it. So I wanted to have this map available in case people wanted to know more. And it explains the generator, which is a very quiet generator, and it's 4,500 watts, which is lower than the generator that you have on the board website for mobile salons. But I'm asking for the variance because this salon is only offering nails. I do spray tanning, but I haven't opened that service. But it is to my understanding that the spray tanning is not something that's regulated by the board, and currently I'm not offering that service at all. So the generator is enough power to last for 20 hours, which is enough power for the air conditioner and the fan if I needed to use that, and the heat. This diagram, it explains where the tables are. With my business licensing, I did pay for 2 nail stations. I currently am using 1, but I wanted to pay for 2 in case I did do an event and I would need to have another manicurist there to accommodate the guest, like for a birthday party or a bachelorette party, for example. So this just explains where the customers would be sitting and where I would be sitting and where the restroom is and where the sink and how it's all related.
Mm-hmm.
This highlights what I keep inside. So upon inspection, we can use this list and kind of goes through every box and how I store all of my supplies and my infection control supplies and the nail. Okay, let's see. And this one. Okay, that's another diagram of where chemicals are stored, where the 5A is an interior generator. It's a solar power generator. So I'm able to work without being plugged into my other generator. That is enough power for my nail lamps and my drill and any kind of lighting I need. That's sufficient. And this kind of just explains where I store my stuff. towels. Okay, this goes into the water. So I have an extra supply of water that I can keep in my truck in case I need extra water. So that's where the variance is, because 17.5 gallons, I did the math. It really is enough water to provide services, to maintain infection control standards, to wash my hands before and after every service. And it's enough water for a maximum customer load, provided there were 2 nail techs, which there's not now. It was enough water for everybody to wash their hands before and after using the restroom, before and after every service, and for myself. And so I'm asking for the variance on the water because there are no chemical processes for hair. There's nobody using the sink for a shower. The sink would only be used for hand washing and for sanitation. Let's see. So that kind of breaks down the hand washing if you're to follow the 3-second rule for hand washing, because you have to like wash your hands a certain number of minutes to have it count. So that's just the breakdown of how much water it'd be using, including the pedicures. Okay, disposal of waste. So the restroom that I have on this, that's the other variance. It's a special new toilet because this is a new camper, and it's a dry flush toilet. And it just explains how it works. So you can have up to 15 to 17 flushes per day. Typically, people can keep the waste for a long time. I personally would discard it every day just to have cleanliness. And so that way, if a customer did need to use the restroom, or I wouldn't have to ever turn them down. So if they had some kind of issue and they need to use the restroom, I could, fully let them use the restroom, and it's a clean and competent restroom to use for any kind of thing they would need. So that just explains the toilet. The electrical system, okay, yes. Okay, this is explaining the generator, which I went into a little bit. I have an exterior generator that's in the truck, and whenever I need to use the air conditioner or the fan, I do need to use the generator. And of course, Nevada, we do have heat. I have decided that I would not be operating the salon Memorial Day through Labor Day, just because consumer safety is the utmost importance to me. And I don't believe that temperatures, ranging up to 118 degrees may be so comfortable. And of course, with nail services, you want to have ventilation. So I am going to operate from Labor Day to Memorial Day. And then that way I can still use the air conditioner and the heat if needed, but that would allow me to open all my windows and have proper ventilation. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the other variance I'm asking because I am only doing nail services. It is tall enough for people to stand up in, and it's tall enough for pedicures. It's very comfortable. So I'm asking for a variance with this because I am only providing nail services. I asking for the variance on the length because this kind of camper or mobile salon that's 24 feet long, that's typically like an Airstream or a bus. And this particular camper is much more lightweight. It's easier to manage for me as a female. I can hitch it and unhitch it, and it's something that I can feasibly handle on my own. An Airstream is super huge and it's really not affordable. So I'm asking for the variance with the interior size. I believe I've covered everything unless.
Yes, that's the end of your presentation that you sent in.
Okay.
You guys are good? Okay, good to go. All right, thank you so much. And thank you for putting that together. That took some time, I'm sure. And I can see your effort level that you went into your diagrams and your drawings to lay out where everything was labeled at with that. So thank you. That was nice to see. It also sounds that you're pretty passionate about your idea here. Now it's up to the board to kind of decide if what you have put together is going to be safe for our consumers here in Nevada. So I do have a couple questions for you just to start off, and then we'll also hear from our other board members as well. So Board Member O'Brien, for the record, you are licensed. Let's just start there because we've had some things today. Do you have your license?
Yes, I have the Nevada manicuring license, and I have the business licenses as well for the salon.
You went ahead and licensed the mobile salon already?
Yes, because after looking at the step with the cosmetology board, I had to license the salon with the LLC, and then get a separate business with Clark County and then with Henderson, because I'm mobile, I need to make
Mhm.
sure I'm city. And then I go to you guys.
Okay, got you. Thank you for clarifying that. And then have you used this unit already?
No, I haven't used it in Nevada, not all.
Okay. Have you used it elsewhere?
On a trial basis, I have used it in other states.
Okay, thank you.
In Texas, I've used it in Washington, just with traveling, but not as operational on, just to really see how people can stand up and sit down and things
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, thank you. And then board members, I do want to just gently remind you as we're going into discussion for this, that we do kind of have precedent set as well. We've seen these mobile units already. So I just wanted to touch on that prior to opening for discussion. So if you guys have any questions or concern, now's the time. These are some of the biggest variances that I think we've seen before us. And kind of the most, usually it's like a height or this or that. It's not and, you know, the unit does feel quite small. Say that again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the size is NAC, not NRS. So we do have the ability to grant a variance, but it is quite a bit off. You are right. Yeah. Yes. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes. That's what I'm thinking of, you know, and she was a lot closer than this one. So that's why I wanted to gently remind everyone of the precedent that we kind of have already set here with this. And then, you know, you add in my concern would also be the water. I know she mentioned a 3-second rule, but I've always kind of been taught to do like, you know, 20 happy birthday song, like it's a little bit longer. So I don't know that her calculations are.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 20 seconds. It's happy birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay, sorry.
you know, my background is in nursing, and I was
Yeah.
a nurse. That I did hold a Nevada nursing license, so I'm very up to date with infection control and consumer safety. So that's my concern too. And if you were to come inside and see how it looks upon inspection, I think you would see like it really would work as a nail salon, because I'm not providing other services.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So I definitely wrote that down. I was like, wait a minute. Thank you. We have your notes here, but maybe you know it better than I do. I'm going to look at the NAC here, and I'm seeing like 100 gallons. Would you remind me what yours is? Is it in the 60s? What was it? It was
No,
17 and a half.
the freshwater tank is 17.5
Got it.
gallons. A water tank is 17.5 gallons, but I have an extra side tank. I've never needed to use it ever.
Okay. So that was the bigger one. Okay, got it. So 17 and a half. We're kind of like. All right. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Ready? Yeah. Okay. Anyone up in the north or board member Wolves have any comments or questions?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I think that we are ready to make a motion. So if we want to go ahead and present that, please, we can get a vote started.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to deny petitioner U-1010202242.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, unfortunately, we are going to deny your petition at this time, but if you have any other questions or would like to see what more you could do or things like that, I'm sure you can get in contact with board staff and they'd be more than happy to discuss that with you, okay?
Yeah, I do have a question. What is the reason for denying it?
You're just too far off on your numbers for what we have.
Which numbers? Which numbers specifically?
Water, waste, height, length. Yeah. I'm sorry. Electrical. Usually when we see these petitions for variances come through, it's like one. This is quite a lot. The unit is just too small. And we do have precedent set for kind of what we've denied in the past. And it was much, much closer than what your numbers are coming in at, unfortunately.
Okay, what are the, like, I mean, I understand, but the reason I want to appeal this is because my logic is that there is no specific guidelines for a nail salon. And so the guidelines you have for the size and the water is specific to an entire beauty salon, like as an entire mobile unit. And I know for a fact as a licensed manicurist that requires a lot more space, a lot more water, a lot more electricity. And the services I'm only providing are nails. And that's why I'm asking for the variance. Because the size, the water, the electricity, it's perfectly fine for nail service if you only have 1 or 2 clients at a time. If you were to provide a maximum of, 15 clients per day, it's totally well within safety standards. And I'm even considering the heat in Nevada because I would care about my clients' safety, their comfort. That's very important to me. You have people with all kinds of conditions, maybe diabetes or, whatever they have. So they need to be kept comfortable and safe. So this is why I would even not operate from, Memorial Day through Labor Day.
Yeah.
So wanting to be in compliance with you guys. And I'm asking for some grace because, we're just hopping on trends here. And I personally don't like working in nail salons because my experience with them, they're very dirty. They don't follow the rules. And I provide a completely different service. And sanitation is my utmost concern. And in addition to that, people are at home and they want you to come to them. So I understand that what I'm asking for is very different from what other people have. But it's just like an up and coming trend. And I'm asking for some grace or maybe even a trial basis. And then if there was an issue, then we could re-examine it and look at that. But right now, I mean, I would be very forthright with you guys with the business and how it's running. So if there were other issues, that's something we could discuss.
Definitely. I feel your passion on this and I can agree with it. There's something that you did say that I want to point out. You said trend, and with trends, we have lots of people jumping on board. That is our job as a board to make sure that we follow precedent and we set precedent that can continue to keep the consumers of Nevada safe. If we are to just throw away the waste, throw away the water, throw away the electrical system and just go with straight size based on a cosmetological establishment with which your nail salon would fall under, it's way too short. It's 10.2 and it says right here it needs to be 24. So just based on that one measurement alone, it is too small. And that is really what we were kind of going off of, is that in addition to the other ones. But if you want to just narrow it down to one of them, the one that we can absolutely apply to you, whether you have 10 clients in there or 2 clients, is still the size. It's small. It's too small. So if you could lengthen that or add more footage to that, then maybe the other stuff could be adjusted as well. But at this time, under these parameters, we did deny it.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if there's one client sitting there and then me, then and comfortably 5 people could sit inside, then how is that not
yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but if you could
Yeah.
understand it from our point, you're telling us there's one, what's stopping you from having 10 in there? That's why we have these these rules and regulations for sizing and requirements for water and things like that. You can pinpoint all the gray areas, absolutely, but at the end of the day, it's too small. And like I said, we did already set precedent in the past with things that were a lot closer than this one.
Yes, Board Member Harris, I agree with everything the president just said.
Thank you. I would, if you have more questions, board staff is always happy to walk through them with you, open to suggestions. If you want to pitch ideas, comments on board meetings. We always have the first 3 minutes and the last 3 minutes of the meetings available, open to that. You know, if you wanted to petition, you know, legislatively and make new rules, that would probably be your best bet with this. You know, 2025 is open for another legislative year. You can throw it in there, but it's just at this time, this petition, I think we've exhausted it. So we are going to move forward. But I will direct you to board staff if you have any other concerns, questions, or even just comments, and you want your you know, your side heard a little bit more, and I can understand that as well.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is like, I mean, again, your regulations are for a whole salon, and this is only nails. So again, I don't agree with it. I definitely want to appeal this because I've done the due diligence of checking with safety. The generator that I have, it lasts for 20 hours. You cannot buy a generator that is like, look, I mean, the regulations are for an entire beauty salon, but for a person, it's just not like it's like, it wouldn't make financial sense for me to buy something larger. I wouldn't make enough money, you know? So
Yes.
I don't agree with it, but I don't have the power to change the law. So, you know, that's why I want to work with you guys. And like, again, I will appeal it. And my question would be like, just on a trial basis, because I've clearly seen the rules where you have to update the board on what services you're doing. And the other issue is that there's no separate license for the board for you to go to people's houses. And I'm wondering what to do, you know, like I can't work in Nevada.
Yes, and we really do understand that, and we do feel with you. Like you said, you want to, Board Member Harris here speaking for the record. We're gonna just have staff contact you at the end, but we do take everything into account that you said. We appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Liz, for hearing me out.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, so let's move on with petition number 9. We're going to go to Michelle O'Connor, C-25738 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for a variance to NAC 644A640, a transfer of credit hours. Ms. O'Connor, are you present? All right, let's trail and go to petitioner 10. Petitioner 10 is Halo Wellness Center U-101020528 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for a variance to NAC 644A715 for restrooms. Is the representative for Halo Wellness Clinic present?
Good afternoon, Kita Simone here, representing Halo Wellness.
Hi, thank you so much. If we can please have you raise your right hand, we'll get you sworn in.
Okay.
Hello.
there she is.
Hi.
Hi. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
Do we need to have her state her name?
Yeah.
Would you just state your name first and last name for the record, please?
Sure, Kita Benoit.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, would you?
Can she spell that name for us, please?
Oh, sure. Will you spell your name, please?
Sure. B is in Bravo, E is in Edward, N is in Nancy, O, I is in Indigo, T is in Tom.
Thank you so much. So at this time, we would like to hear about your petition.
Absolutely. My business is now located within Halo Wellness Center, which is located at 5920 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 5. Currently, the existing services there, there's a chiropractor, there's a general practitioner, there is a general surgeon, all seeing outpatients at this facility. As the law and regulation states, the bathrooms, as far as the Board of Cosmetology is concerned, should be no more than 100 feet away from the front door. I believe someone from your department came out, measured it. We are 173 feet from the front door. Our bathrooms are located in a communal space outside of our suite. And I believe that I did provide a floor plan as well as a site plan for the board. And I have those here with me if I need to screen share that as well.
We do have those.
Okay, great. So what we're really asking is in lieu of the fact that, you know, there are other medical practitioners already seeing patients there. They're already using the restrooms that are located in the courtyard, that we're requesting this variance for our clients and patients as well.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll hear from board staff. They'll make their presentation and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Sure.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. For Halo Wellness Clinic, their application was placed on hold because their restrooms are just outside of the 100 feet that is required in NAC 644A.715 for restrooms. We did go out and measure, and the restroom is 72 feet over the 100-foot requirement. This is a map of exiting the establishment and where you would exit to get to the restroom.
And then this is Janie Huggins for the record. This is within what the board has previously approved. Or variance for this particular.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can we get a motion, please?
Okay, this is Board Member Harris. I would like to approve U 10102 0528. Yes.
Board Member Moreno, second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Ms. Benoit, we are going to approve your variance today and board staff will be reaching out to you. So congratulations.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. What's happening with you today? We let her make the motion. She was on her.
I'm sorry, I can't see.